The ancient city of Jerusalem lay shrouded in a pall of smoke and the lingering scent of incense, its venerable stones still radiating the heat of the recent siege that had violently wrested it from its former masters. It was the scorching summer of 1099, a pivotal moment when the First Crusade culminated in a paradoxical blend of ultimate triumph and unspeakable horror. Through the blood-stained thoroughfares, a motley procession of weary pilgrims and battle-hardened warriors moved, their hushed prayers intertwining with the mournful cries of survivors and the resonant chants of priests who solemnly raised their crosses amidst the widespread devastation. Yet, from the very heart of this profound chaos, an extraordinary new concept began to emerge. Not one of further conquest, but of dedicated guardianship. A small, select cadre of knights, their souls heavy with the endless bloodshed they had witnessed, yet driven by an unyielding sense of purpose, quietly pledged themselves to a mission that transcended the conventional bounds of chivalry. Their lives, they vowed, would be consecrated not to the fleeting glories of earthly kingdoms or the allure of crowns, but to a sacred cause, to vigilantly protect the faithful who dared to traverse the treacherous routes leading to Jerusalem. These were no kings, nor were they canonized saints. They were simply men, armed with sword and shield, their minds still haunted by the atrocities they had endured. But in the profound silence that descended after the clangor of battle, as flickering torches cast dancing shadows upon the broken ramparts of the holy city, they felt an inexplicable stirring within their very beings. It was as if the ancient land itself had singled them out, whispering tantalizing promises of mysteries yet to be unveiled. Jerusalem had, for millennia, served as the ultimate nexus where disparate worlds converged. Beneath its time-worn cobblestones lay buried countless strata of forgotten empires. The mighty Babylonian, the vast Persian, the intellectual Greek, and the formidable Roman. Persistent whispers circulated that, deeper still, beneath the very foundations of the Temple Mount, the legendary bedrock of Solomon's temple concealed treasures of such magnitude that no earthly king had ever laid eyes upon them. In their contemplative silence, these nascent knights began to ponder whether their true calling extended beyond the mere protection of pilgrims, wondering if destiny itself had deliberately positioned them at this, the very spiritual navel of the world. While the initial crusaders had embarked upon their perilous journey, driven by aspirations of glory and the promise of absolution, these particular knights sought something far more subtle, more profound, and ultimately more enduring. They had witnessed the grand processions where relics were paraded through the streets, supposed splinters of the true cross, revered bones of saints. Yet, an instinct deep within them suggested that far greater, more potent relics lay undisturbed, untouched by the hands of any priest. They did not yet bear the hallowed name of Templars, nor did they proudly display the iconic red cross on their tunics. Such outward symbols would manifest later, after their solemn vows had been articulated and their foundational rules meticulously inscribed. For now, they moved like silent specters through the fire-lit ruins, drawn by an enigmatic purpose they were only just beginning to grasp. Beyond the city's scarred walls, the vast desert stretched into an unbroken horizon, its profound silence punctuated only by the rhythmic beating of wings, vultures circling patiently where mighty armies had once marched. Yet, within the hallowed confines of Jerusalem, nestled within half-ruined chapels and intimate candle-lit chambers, The initial threads of a momentous oath were being meticulously woven. These knights convened in absolute secrecy, not within the opulent halls of powerful lords, but in clandestine gatherings held near the sacred Temple Mount itself. They prayed by the ethereal glow of torchlight, their hands resting reverently upon their swords, solemnly swearing not to pursue transient wealth or territorial dominion, but instead to vigilantly guard, diligently search, and steadfastly preserve whatever profound discoveries they might unearth, safeguarding them from both infidel and king alike. The established church in Rome, in those nascent days, acknowledged their early mission with little more than polite, almost perfunctory, nods. Few within its venerable hierarchy at the time truly comprehended the profound depth of their emerging purpose. Yet the men themselves acutely felt the immense weight of their sacred vow. Their singular objective, they understood, was not born of any formal papal decree, but rather sprung from something far more ancient, infinitely deeper. It was a symphony of whispers emanating from the very stones, the resonant echo of long-departed prophets, and perhaps, most compellingly, the undeniable guiding hand of destiny itself. As night descended and Jerusalem slept fitfully under the uneasy dominion of its new rulers, the knights would often traverse the hallowed ruins of the temple. They listened intently to the wind as it funneled through the broken arches, producing a haunting sound akin to distant, ethereal voices. Some among them claimed to discern fragments of ancient, forgotten chants. Others spoke of vivid dreams that returned to them with relentless regularity, night after night. Visions of mysterious stairways descending deep into the earth, of ancient scrolls meticulously wrapped in gleaming gold, and of profound secrets carried not within ornate chalices, but encoded within the very essence of blood itself. The ashes of Jerusalem, far from stifling their burgeoning faith, instead served to intensely fuel it. Here, amidst the pervasive devastation, these knights perceived the astonishing possibility of rebirth, of an order bound not by the transient ties of land or lineage, but by something far more elusive and potent. Knowledge, unwavering guardianship, and the protection of profound truths deemed too perilous for kings to ever wield. The city had now settled into an expectant quiet, yet within that profound stillness, something entirely new and monumental had been irrevocably set in motion. An order was slowly but surely taking shape, its roots plunging deep into soil stained by centuries of relentless struggle and sacrifice. No one beyond their tightly knit circle could possibly imagine that these men, so few in number and so unassuming in their origins, were destined to evolve into the most feared and enigmatic brotherhood of their entire age. And beneath the ancient stones of Jerusalem, predating the Crusades themselves, older even than the grandeur of Rome, the forgotten past patiently awaited their hands to unearth its long-held secrets. The years immediately following the conquest of Jerusalem unfolded with an unsettling blend of uneasy triumph and pervasive fragility. The newly established Crusader states, brutally carved from blood and sand, stood as precarious fortresses, perpetually encircled by hostile kingdoms that vehemently rejected their very presence. Pilgrims with unwavering faith continued their arduous journeys across vast oceans and desolate deserts, driven by a fervent desire to touch the sacred stones where Christ himself had once walked. Yet for many, the pilgrimage ended in tragedy. The roads were rife with predatory raiders, The wild lands teemed with unseen dangers, and the long, arduous path from distant Europe to the Holy Land was too often paved with profound grief and loss. It was within this climate of profound uncertainty and pervasive peril that 9 noble knights formally bound themselves together, forging an unbreakable pact. These were men of distinguished, noble birth, yet possessed of an unquiet, restless spirit. Their names now preserved only in tantalizing fragments of ancient parchment, their lives already half-shrouded in an aura of profound secrecy. They solemnly vowed to cast aside all worldly riches, to unequivocally renounce personal ambition, and to embrace a life of stark poverty, a deprivation more severe than that endured by many monks. Their singular cause was not to conquer new territories or expand existing kingdoms, but rather to vigilantly protect the fragile lifeblood of faith, the intrepid pilgrims who bravely dared the perilous journey. 9 men, a mere 9, a number seemingly far too minuscule to secure a single road, let alone safeguard an entire empire. And yet, mysteriously, within that precise number, there resided a strange, almost mystical completeness. Throughout antiquity, the number 9 had resonated with profound symbolic significance. It represented the celestial spheres, the revered circles of angels, and the mystic patterns whispered by wise sages in faraway, ancient lands. To the knights themselves, this number served as an unbreakable bond of unity, forming a sacred circle within which no oath could ever be fractured. They sought and received the blessing of Baldwin II, the King of Jerusalem, who, recognizing their unique devotion, graciously granted them quarters on the hallowed Temple Mount itself. There, amidst the venerable ruins that had once been the magnificent domain of King Solomon and King Herod, these knights began to take root. Their lodgings were exceedingly humble, their material means virtually non-existent. They humbly begged for sustenance like mendicants, and when their worn armor grew thin and damaged, they painstakingly patched it themselves, embodying their vows of austerity. Later chroniclers would meticulously describe them as men of extraordinary austerity, riding not in splendid procession, but often 2 to a single horse, a stark symbol of their collective poverty. Yet their deliberate destitution was far from a sign of weakness. Instead, it served as both a shield and a shroud of smoke, artfully concealing a far deeper, more profound purpose. For while they were perceived by the world as mere guardians of treacherous roads and valiant defenders of vulnerable pilgrims, rumors soon began to circulate, whispering that their true gaze was fixed upon something far more extraordinary, something hidden directly beneath their very feet. Within the ancient vaults and hallowed foundations of the temple, they were said to linger for periods far exceeding the demands of any ordinary nightly duty. What precisely were they so relentlessly seeking? Some whispered that they were meticulously searching for Solomon's legendary treasure, a hoard rumored to have been hidden for centuries, awaiting rediscovery. Others adamantly claimed they were on a quest for lost scriptures, ancient knowledge forgotten even by the venerable rabbis of the city. Still others believed they hunted for sacred relics of Christ himself, perhaps even the mythical Holy Grail. Yet, to the 9 knights themselves, the true nature of their quest was spoken of only in hushed prayers and profound silence. Whatever extraordinary secrets they sought, they were clearly not mere treasures of gold alone, but rather profound wisdom. Perhaps even the revelation of ancient bloodlines and sacred covenants that had been concealed for untold ages. The church would, in time, grant them a formal rule, a meticulously crafted code of conduct penned by the formidable Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery abbot whose impassioned words possessed the power to stir entire armies. But in these formative early years, their true rule was far simpler, etched not upon fragile parchment, but ingrained deep within the very marrow of their bones, to steadfastly uphold their sacred vow, to guard one another with unwavering loyalty as brothers, and to meticulously keep in profound silence that which the world was simply not yet ready to comprehend. At night, the Temple Mount would descend into a profound silence. The city below cloaked in darkness save for the scattered glow of a few torches. The 9 knights would then gather in hushed, whispered councils, their hands resting protectively upon their swords, which lay across ancient stone tables. Their words were never uttered idly. Each pronouncement was weighed with the gravity of a sacred oath. To some within their trusted circle, they candidly admitted the perilous dangers inherent in their unique calling. To others, they confessed to experiencing dreams that seemed to transcend mere slumber, visions of hidden chambers opening beneath the earth, of a mysterious light that burned without any discernible fire, and of disembodied voices that were neither wholly human nor entirely angelic. The rule of 9, they understood, was not merely a matter of rigid discipline. It was, in its very essence, prophecy in the making. This was a brotherhood born in absolute secrecy, its roots firmly embedded in ancient ruins, observed by powerful kings, yet truly understood by none. Their outward poverty made them appear harmless, their humility casually dismissed by the great lords of the era. And yet, in their very shadow, a formidable new power was quietly forming. An order bound not to the whims of kings or the dictates of priests, but to the hidden, enigmatic heart of Jerusalem itself. The bustling streets of the city knew precious little of these 9 knights who moved with such silent purpose. But deep within their hearts, a potent seed had been planted, one that, with the passage of time, would grow into a vast and fearsome tree, its roots stretching far beyond the confines of the Holy Land, its branches reaching even into the most distant corners of the known world. For now, they were only 9, a small, unassuming group, but destiny had already irrevocably chosen them as the keepers of something far greater than themselves, something so profound and potentially disruptive that the church itself might one day strive to utterly forget it. The Temple Mount stood proudly, like a majestic crown of ancient stone, above the sprawling city of Jerusalem, its venerable walls scarred by countless battles, yet miraculously unbroken. A silent, enduring monument far older than the city's newest, fleeting conquerors. To the thousands of pilgrims who flocked to its gates, it was revered as sacred ground, the very place where Solomon had erected his glorious temple, where prophets had delivered their divine pronouncements, and where Christ himself had walked. But to the 9 knights who dwelt within its profound shadows, it was infinitely more than merely holy. It was a complex labyrinth, a mystical threshold between worlds, a profound riddle carved in stone that tirelessly begged to be solved. By day, they dutifully performed their appointed tasks as guardians, escorting vulnerable travelers, patrolling dangerous roads, and offering protection to the poor wherever they could. Yet at night, when the torches dimmed and an expectant silence enveloped the city, their steps invariably turned inward, drawn by an irresistible ancient call. Lanterns danced with an ethereal glow in the subterranean passages where no devout pilgrim ever trod, casting elongated, wavering shadows across ancient debris and fractured masonry. Here, deep beneath the venerable temple, a clandestine search unfolded. The historical records, the annals of the age, divulge precious little concerning the precise nature of their quest, and even less regarding the profound discoveries they ultimately unearthed. Yet murmurs of their exploits began to intensify even within their own lifetimes. Some contended that these dedicated knights had excavated profoundly beneath the sacred mount, forcing access to hidden vaults that had remained hermetically sealed since the distant epoch of King Solomon. Others asserted that they had brought to light ancient manuscripts, parchments inscribed in tongues more archaic than either Greek or Hebrew, documents replete with intricate celestial charts and hallowed appellations that even the most audacious priests feared to pronounce. A select few ventured to suggest that sacred artifacts of the Ark of the Covenant itself, its ceremonial rods, its inscribed tables, perhaps even faint vestiges of its divine eminence, had been witnessed firsthand by Templar eyes. The veracity of these unconfirmed reports remains unsubstantiated by any surviving historical document. Nevertheless, intriguing indicators soon manifested. The knights, who had once subsisted in the starkest penury, suddenly began to attract a multitude of benefactors across the breadth of Europe. Esteemed nobles bequeathed them extensive estates. Powerful kings bestowed upon them royal dispensations, and grateful pilgrims lauded their inexplicable prowess and mysterious effectiveness. It was as though invisible forces, a guiding providence, directed an unprecedented wave of prosperity toward them, as though some potent, unseen influence emanated from the very earth beneath the temple, flowing directly into the lives of its vigilant custodians. Within the cool embrace of the stone vaults, the chevaliers would prostrate themselves, their protective panoply removed, their hands pressed reverently against the ancient soil. Some claimed that their devotions extended beyond conventional Christian liturgy, reaching out to a sagacity older still, to the divine presence that manifested with elemental power in fire and thunder upon Sinai, to the enigmatic knowledge murmured in desolate landscapes, long before the Roman Empire had even come into prominence. Their taciturnity deepened with each vigil, their gaze becoming more remote and introspective. Those who observed their return from these clandestine meditations noted a distinct alteration in their demeanor, a serene yet unwavering determination, as though they had glimpsed a revelation of such magnitude that articulation was impossible. Perhaps they stumbled upon ancient texts concealed by sacerdotal figures escaping the Babylonian captivity. Perhaps they discovered profound insights transmitted through the Essene community or through the custodians of obscure religious factions. Perhaps, even more remarkably, they unearthed documents indicating a trajectory towards the Orient, towards regions renowned for luxurious textiles and aromatic commodities where archaic sagacity persisted uninfluenced by ecclesiastical dominion. Whatever artifacts they handled, whatever doctrines they assimilated, these experiences forged an indissoluble bond among them, a pact of secrecy more profound than their solemn pledges, surpassing even the inherent solidarity of fraternal association. The sacred edifice itself appeared to possess an animating spirit around them. Its ancient masonry was reportedly said to resonate with melodic tones upon impact, its concealed vaults subtly altering their form as if in a subconscious vision. More than once, Religious travelers spoke of observing dim luminosities emanating from its apertures after dusk, even though no conventional illuminants were actively maintained within. Others reported hearing unusual melodic consonances borne by the atmospheric currents, as if the sacred hill itself were recalling an ancient melody from primordial epochs. For those 9 chevaliers, Jerusalem had transcended its urban identity. It had become a portal, a gateway, and they its designated custodians. The valuable discoveries they pursued were not merely artifacts crafted from organic and inorganic materials, but revelations capable of fundamentally altering religious conviction itself. Yet they comprehended the inherent peril. To disclose these profound insights would provoke not veneration, but apprehension. Apprehension from monarchs whose sovereign authority appeared to be eroding, and apprehension from ecclesiastics whose spiritual dominion was perceived as imperiled. Therefore, they maintained their profound reticence. The invaluable discoveries situated beneath the sacred edifice would not be paraded publicly, nor would they be exhibited on sacred pedestals. They would be protected with utmost discretion, committed to recollection, communicated in hushed advisory sessions, and meticulously concealed until humanity was prepared for such truths, or until global awareness of them had faded into oblivion. Above them, the bustling metropolis flourished and quivered with daily life. Merchants conducted commerce, sacerdotal figures intoned hymns, and military personnel paraded through the streets. But below, in the quiescent realm of subterranean geology, the nights brought to light vestiges of an everlasting essence, something that would profoundly influence the future course of their brotherhood and persistently challenge ecclesiastical authority for forthcoming ages. The enigmatic revelations of the temple transcended singular religious doctrines or national allegiances. They pertained to global humanity, to all individuals courageous enough to pursue them. And in that pivotal moment, these 9 chevaliers transcended their role as mere protectors of religious travelers. They became custodians of esoteric knowledge. Mysteries that, once brought to light, would ripple across vast land masses, stirring both profound admiration and deep apprehension. The profound burden of the discoveries beneath the Temple Mount weighed heavily upon the 9 knights. They had not simply pledged to safeguard religious travelers. Rather, they had serendipitously encountered components of a far more ancient enigma, elements of a sprawling narrative dispersed throughout centuries and across numerous kingdoms. The ancient manuscripts and artifacts they studied hinted at an expansive global reality beyond the confines of Christian dominion, revealing lands where profound sagacity and spiritual devotion had thrived well in advance of military expeditions or the construction of grand ecclesiastical structures. In those years, a ceaseless stream of traders and voyagers poured into Jerusalem, their mercantile processions laden with luxurious fabrics, aromatic commodities, and precious gems. They originated from the ancient cities of Damascus and Antioch, from the prominent Egyptian maritime centers like Alexandria, and from metropolises bearing exotic appellations such as Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar. These travelers conveyed not merely merchandise, but also a rich tapestry of rumors and stories, narratives of vast domains extending beyond the visible limit of the horizon, where waterways of immense breadth, surpassing any in the European continent, reflected the light like polished surfaces beneath alien firmaments. The chevaliers paid heed in the bustling bazaars and in the quiet, secluded rooms illuminated by oleaginous luminaires. They leaned close, captivated, as traders spoke of the distant East. They heard of kingdoms where ascetic Buddhist scholars preserved ancient texts predating the Roman Empire, where Iranian celestial observers mapped stellar bodies with a precision utterly unfamiliar to Occidental ecclesiastics, and where practitioners of medicine blended botanicals into therapeutic concoctions capable of alleviating pyrexia and extending longevity. They heard of powerful urban centers in Cathay, where regal residences shimmered with serpentine effigies sculpted from precious green stone, where ceremonial rites linked the sovereign and the celestial spheres in observances more ancient than the reign of King Solomon, and subtly, intricately, interspersed within these narratives were peculiar reverberations, enigmatic emblems, linguistic elements, and divinations that appeared to reflect portions of the fragments they had uncovered beneath the temple. A star prophesied to reappear one day, a lineage endowed with a sacred genetic legacy, a hallowed receptacle, not of precious metal, but of animate tissue. The identical murmurs were conveyed by disparate languages across arid expanses and elevated terrains. The ancient network of trade paths, known as the Silk Roads, transcended mere commercial thoroughfares. They were, in essence, the vital conduits of global connection, carrying not merely merchandise but also intellectual insights, spiritual doctrines, and esoteric information. A mercantile convoy might transport cinnamon and saffron, but also ancient texts penned in tongues utterly unintelligible to contemporary Europeans. A single voyager could recount stories of sacred structures hewn into precipitous rock faces, or of clandestine fraternities dedicated to the examination of both celestial bodies and the human spirit. To the knights, these roads resembled less routes of trade and more channels of enigmatic revelation, uniting the Orient and Occident in a mutual, unspoken understanding. During the nocturnal hours, within their Spartan lodgings on the sacred hill of the Temple Mount, the knights painstakingly unfurled fragments of ancient animal skin documents, their digits following intricate markings and enigmatic ideograms whose meaning, for the most part, still eluded them. Some asserted these were cartographic representations, not depicting familiar geographical territories, but rather illustrating ancestral origins extending into the Asian continent. There were indications that directed attention past the Levantine city of Antioch, through the Caucasian highlands of Armenia, and beyond the Iranian plateau, towards realms shrouded in mists and speculative accounts. A singular appellation frequently echoed in their hushed conversations, Cathay. For the majority of Europeans, Cathay existed only as a legendary appellation, a mythical domain situated at the periphery of the known globe. But for those who heeded the accounts of the traders with discerning ears, it was a tangible entity. Its emperors governed with an authority predating the Roman Empire, and its wise men preserved esoteric knowledge beyond the wildest imaginings of European ecclesiastics. Could it be that the profound insights discovered beneath the venerable edifice of Solomon had originated from that distant land, conveyed through arid expanses by unremembered agents? The chevaliers were unable to disregard the recurring motif. It was as though the temple itself seemed to direct their attention towards the Orient, impelling them to trace the lineage of sagacity back to its primal origin. Yet they were presently constrained by their solemn obligations to the holy city of Jerusalem. They affirmed their sacred pledges, diligently performed their assigned responsibilities, and meticulously maintained their profound reticence. Nevertheless, internally, in the deepest chambers of their hearts. The ancient trade routes had already exerted an irresistible allure. The global expanse was considerably vaster than Christian doctrine had led them to believe, and in that immense width, the knights discerned the existence of confederates, of enigmatic truths, perhaps even of custodians who had trodden analogous spiritual journeys long prior to the advent of Christian symbolism. If the Roman ecclesiastical institution considered itself the undisputed nucleus of religious conviction, the subtle intimations from the sacred edifice proposed a divergent reality. The true locus of spiritual significance was omnipresent and elusive, intricately integrated across arid landscapes, elevated terrains, and oceanic expanses. In the wavering glow of flaming brands, as mercantile convoys traversed the distant skyline like celestial patterns of illumination, the Templars envisioned realms beyond their immediate experience. They were no longer solely chevaliers dedicated to the holy city of Jerusalem. They were investigators drawn by an ethereal melody borne on the oriental breeze, and though their protective accoutrements were cumbersome, their solemn pledge an even more profound burden, something intrinsic within them longed to pursue that evocative melody, even if it guided them past the geographical and ideological boundaries of Christian civilization into uncharted territories, beyond the temporal and spiritual dominion of the Roman See itself. The commercial thoroughfares of the holy city of Jerusalem pulsed with a symphony of human sounds, each utterance conveying a vestige of remote civilizations. Aromatic commodities lay amassed in shimmering mounds, their fragrances wafting sinuously through the confined thoroughfares. The potent notes of cinnamon, the delicate aroma of cardamom, the sharp bite of pepper, and the luxurious perfume of saffron. Luxurious woven fabric, silk, glinted under solar illumination, imbued with pigments utterly unfamiliar to the European continent. Polished elephant tusk shone alongside precious blue-green minerals, deep blue crystalline rocks, and peculiar lithic formations, reputedly possessing therapeutic properties. But it was not exclusively the merchandise that captivated the chevalier's focus. It was the narratives accompanying the goods, the hushed accounts generated by mercantile convoys, akin to unseen freight, that truly held their attention. The traders were itinerant voyagers, individuals toughened by arid environments, thoroughly familiar with nocturnal periods passed beneath an infinite firmament. Around their flickering fires, they recounted narratives unrecorded in sacred texts. They described elevated terrains where wise men resided in subterranean dwellings, meticulously inscribing ancient documents with implements coated in a pigment derived from carbonized residue. They spoke of waterways of such immense scale that vessels might disappear upon their surfaces as if absorbed by the ocean. They detailed elevated structures where Iranian celestial prognosticators observed the cosmos with apparatuses unfamiliar to the European continent, charting the periodic movements of stellar bodies that predicted both imperial ascendancy and catastrophic downfall. The chevaliers paid close attention. Beneath their armor and their solemn vows, they were men of restless, intellectually inquisitive spirits, now sensitive to the intricate connections of enigmatic phenomena. They commenced discerning emblematic representations reiterated across diverse civilizations, concentric circular motifs, a cruciform design enclosed within a stellar pattern, a sacred goblet that, rather than being a mere drinking vessel, occasionally represented a maternal organ, a profound receptacle of existence. These enigmatic textual fragments echoed profoundly with the discoveries unearthed deep beneath the venerable temple edifice. These ancient writings detailed a sacred pact, a profound covenant, not etched enduringly into unyielding stone tablets, but rather inherently woven into the very fabric of human lineage, an inheritance passed down through generations. This lineage, a veritable treasure of immense significance, remained concealed, paradoxically, within the full view of the unsuspecting world, its profound importance often overlooked. From the mystical lands of the East, narratives emerged concerning dedicated guardians, venerable Buddhist monks, who meticulously safeguarded manuscripts of such extraordinary antiquity that their origins predated even the cataclysmic downfall of the ancient city of Babylon itself. Concurrently, from the enigmatic realm of Persia, accounts surfaced of the revered Magi, whose advanced understanding of both the healing arts and celestial mechanics far transcended the limited comprehension of even the most esteemed academics dwelling in the intellectual centers of Paris or Rome. Further south, within the storied intellectual hub of Alexandria, erudite scholars spoke in hushed tones of magnificent libraries, tragically consumed by fire, yet whose vast repositories of knowledge were by no means entirely obliterated. Instead, precious scrolls had been clandestinely transported across vast, arid deserts, their invaluable fragments carefully preserved by itinerant wanderers and sagacious nomads who exchanged intellectual insights and profound wisdom with the same casual ease that other merchants bartered for exotic spices. Indeed, every traversing caravan functioned as a dynamic, peripatetic library, though it was often the case that not every merchant, engrossed in mundane commerce, fully grasped the immense intellectual gravity or the spiritual profundity of the treasures they unwittingly transported. A portion of these ancient manuscripts found their way into the marketplace, often peddled merely as exotic curiosities, their peculiar symbols and arcane script perceived as nothing more than decorative oddities, suitable for adorning the opulent chambers of an aristocratic noble. Yet, a select few, possessing an uncommon discernment and privy to profound, esoteric understanding, recognized certain scrolls for what they truly were: intellectual riches of inestimable value, treasures far surpassing any material wealth, even pure gold. These were not mere historical records, but profound texts whose very words held the power to fundamentally alter humanity's perception of the celestial spheres, the intrinsic nature of the human soul, and even the divine essence of God Himself. Consequently, the Knights Templar, through these revelations, commenced to perceive their sacred mission with a newly illuminated perspective, a profound reevaluation of their foundational purpose. While safeguarding devout pilgrims on their arduous journeys was undeniably a noble endeavor, and engaging in righteous combat for the venerated city of Jerusalem constituted a holy undertaking, the act of diligently collecting and vigilantly protecting such profound knowledge emerged as a pursuit of truly eternal significance, transcending temporal concerns. They reasoned that while the might of tempered steel might offer protection to a temporal kingdom for a fleeting generation, the enduring power of profound wisdom possessed the capacity to safeguard the entirety of humanity across the boundless expanse of all time. Despite this elevated understanding, a palpable sense of inherent danger remained acutely present in their collective consciousness. Monarchs, with their insatiable desires, relentlessly pursued vast material wealth, while the pontiffs, in their ecclesiastical dominion, ceaselessly yearned for unassailable temporal power. Both these formidable powers, secular and spiritual, would inevitably perceive such profound, transformative knowledge as an existential threat should it dare to challenge the very foundations of their established authority and dominion. Consequently, the premature or excessive disclosure of these sensitive truths would undoubtedly provoke a devastating response, effectively inviting their own annihilation. Thus, the valiant knights cultivated a profound discipline of discretion, learning to navigate their clandestine path in pervasive silence, assiduously collecting every scrap of information that was willingly offered, meticulously committing to memory every hushed whisper, and safeguarding these potent truths within the sanctum of their minds with the same reverence and meticulous care afforded to sacred relics. Occasionally, in the tranquil hours when the bustling city of Jerusalem lay slumbering beneath the moon, these knights would discreetly join groups of itinerant merchants gathered around their flickering campfires just beyond the protective city walls. Above them, the celestial expanse of the desert night sky unfolded, a breathtaking tapestry where countless stars were strewn like an ancient scripture, meticulously inscribed in shimmering, ethereal light. The seasoned traders, with their weathered hands, would trace the intricate patterns of constellations, articulating names for these celestial formations that diverged significantly from the conventions of the Greeks or the Arabs, instead employing appellations rooted in traditions far more archaic and primordial. The knights listened intently, the gentle rhythmic crackle of the burning embers seamlessly merging with the pervasive, soft hush of the desert sands. In these moments of profound communion, they experienced an overwhelming sensation, as if the very cosmos itself were eloquently communicating through the diverse narratives of these wandering individuals, each tale a singular, resonant verse within an overarching, magnificent cosmic hymn. However, it was not solely enlightenment and profound insights that these traversing caravans conveyed. Some, indeed, bore tidings imbued with palpable apprehension and dread. Whispers permeated the air, speaking of formidable armies marshaling their forces in the distant east, of burgeoning empires relentlessly expanding their territories with an unbridled ferocity, and of elusive mounted warriors whose movements were swifter than the very gusts of the desert wind. The knights, ever prudent, meticulously assessed these unsettling accounts, exercising extreme caution and discernment. Nevertheless, even amidst the looming specter of impending conquest and geopolitical upheaval, a consistent and reassuring refrain echoed through their observations, that invaluable knowledge, though often concealed, invariably endured, meticulously transported by those intrepid individuals who traversed the ancient enduring trade routes. For the Templars, Jerusalem transcended its mere identity as a hallowed city. It had transformed into a pivotal crossroads, a vibrant, pulsating heart, where the myriad veins of the global network of wisdom, commerce, and culture converged. Within this profound nexus, they, the dedicated guardians of the temple, perceived themselves as having been strategically positioned, akin to vigilant watchmen standing at the precipice, on the very threshold of an immeasurable and transformative revelation. The cargo conveyed by these ceaseless caravans far surpassed mere commercial goods or material commodities. Instead, it represented the enduring collective memory of humanity itself, intricately woven and expansively distributed across vast, arid deserts, formidable mountain ranges, and expansive, turbulent seas. Consequently, the Knights Templar, originally a humble fraternity of merely 9 individuals, now found themselves profoundly acknowledging their inheritance of a monumental responsibility, one that eclipsed in magnitude and significance any temporal authority or royal crown could possibly bestow. Their sacred duty was not solely to safeguard the physical well-being of the devout pilgrim, but, more profoundly, to vigilantly preserve the very essence, the enduring soul, of the world's long-neglected and forgotten wisdom. When the initial 9 knights embarked upon their inaugural expedition beyond the venerable fortifications of Jerusalem, their journey was not undertaken solely with the formidable might of the sword, but with a more subtle, inquisitive intent. Their chosen path meandered northward, guiding them into a series of magnificent cities where architectural domes gleamed resplendently under the bright sunlight, where intricate calligraphy gracefully embellished ancient stone structures, and where the gentle, inviting glow of oil lamps illuminated serene courtyards, their air exquisitely perfumed with the intoxicating fragrance of jasmine blossoms. Preeminent among these urban centers, the venerable city of Damascus shone like a priceless jewel, its antiquity profound even in that era, predating the very foundation of Rome itself. Its winding streets formed a complex labyrinth of bustling markets and tranquil gardens, while its inhabitants were the proud inheritors of a rich tapestry woven from 1,000 distinct and ancient traditions. The knights proceeded with utmost circumspection, their distinctive red crosses, emblematic of their order, carefully concealed beneath the folds of their unassuming cloaks, a necessity for their clandestine mission. In this foreign land, they arrived not as triumphant conquerors, but as humble guests, as enigmatic strangers endeavoring to navigate a complex world that, in bewildering fashion, both stood in stark opposition to and eerily mirrored their own familiar cultural landscape. Fortuitously, Damascus, renowned for its cosmopolitan nature, extended a welcoming embrace to traders and merchants speaking every conceivable tongue, thereby allowing the knights to seamlessly blend into the bustling populace, moving with an almost invisible presence, as discreet, silent observers amidst the vibrant throng. During the daylight hours, their clandestine peregrinations led them through the labyrinthine souks, where countless stalls presented an opulent display, overflowing with gleaming brass lamps, intricately woven carpets of vibrant hues, and earthenware jars brimming with precious, aromatic saffron. Amidst the clamor, they overheard astute merchants, engaged in their spirited bartering, melodically reciting verses of poetry, each line seemingly imbued with an ancient charm, a verbal incantation designed to allure prosperity and fortune. Their gaze fell upon elegant fountains, their waters gracefully spilling into geometrically tiled pools, and they observed tranquil courtyards where venerable scholars convened, deeply engrossed in profound intellectual debates concerning the very fabric and mysteries of the cosmos. As dusk descended, the city underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The flickering glow of myriad oil lamps illuminated the narrow thoroughfares, appearing like terrestrial constellations, while ethereal melodies of music drifted gently from behind intricately carved wooden screens, adding to the city's enigmatic nocturnal allure. It was precisely within these hours of deepening shadow and nocturnal tranquility that the knights ultimately discovered the very object of their quest, profound, illuminating conversations with erudite men of learning and sagacious mystics, whose utterances, though often veiled in metaphor and allegory, possessed an undeniable and deeply profound resonance. Within dimly lit, secluded chambers, they respectfully sat in close proximity to venerable Sufi sages, who expounded upon the mystical concept of the human heart as a pristine mirror reflecting the divine essence of God, and articulated that true, transcendental knowledge resided not solely within the pages of written tomes, but was intrinsically embedded within the profound depths of silence, the controlled ebb and flow of breath, and the sacred cadences of rhythmic spiritual practice. The knights, whose spiritual lives had been hitherto defined by the structured, often rigid prayers and liturgical practices of the Latin Church, found their very souls profoundly stirred by the mesmerizing Sufi chants that surged and receded with the rhythmic regularity of ocean tides, voices intertwining and circling in continuous repetition until the conventional perception of time itself appeared to dissipate into an ethereal timelessness. During these profound encounters, the transactions that occurred were not of mundane currency, but rather of esoteric symbols, rich with layers of meaning. The knights, in a gesture of spiritual disclosure, would carefully trace the emblematic form of their cross upon parchment, to which the mystics would respond by depicting intricate spirals, radiant stars, and the sacred word Allah, rendered in elegant, flowing Arabic script. Gradually, through this symbolic dialogue, profound patterns began to emerge with striking clarity. The familiar cross contained within a circle, the sacred chalice finding its spiritual echo in the crescent moon, all revealing the identical, eternal truths, albeit expressed and adorned in distinct, culturally specific forms. It seemed as if these two formidable faiths, tragically estranged and deeply divided by centuries of relentless warfare and theological schism, were nonetheless communicating in a clandestine, ethereal dialogue, conversing in the universal language of sacred geometry and divine light. A contingent among the knights remained understandably cautious, grappling with an ingrained apprehension of potential heresy, fearing deviation from orthodox doctrine. Yet a more intrepid faction, irresistibly drawn to the profound depths of this newfound understanding, chose to linger with the mystics, engaging in extended discourse that often stretched late into the night. These eager learners acquired rudimentary fragments of the Arabic language, sufficient to enable them to follow and comprehend select verses from the Holy Quran. This linguistic key allowed them to grasp a profound realization that the benevolent God, to whom they offered their fervent prayers, was not an entirely alien entity to the omnipotent God devoutly invoked within the hallowed confines of the mosques. A select few, venturing further into this spiritual landscape, even undertook to practice Sufi disciplines in utmost secrecy, engaging in profound, silent meditations and rhythmic, breath-quickening prayers that, through their intense focus, led to an almost dissolution of the physical body, leaving only the pure, unencumbered spirit in its transcendent state. Throughout the bustling thoroughfares of Damascus, hushed rumors began to circulate concerning the presence of enigmatic foreigners, men of an unusual demeanor who, contrary to typical visitors, expressed no interest in acquiring slaves or armaments, but instead ardently sought profound wisdom and esoteric knowledge. Certain whisperers speculated that these mysterious individuals were on a quest to unearth the long-lost Hermetic texts ancient words of profound power meticulously preserved within rare Arabic manuscripts. Still others conjectured that their true desire lay in assimilating the advanced teachings of intellectual luminaries such as Al-Farabi, Avicenna, or Alhazen, visionary polymaths whose groundbreaking works seamlessly integrated the disparate fields of philosophy, medicine, and mathematics in sophisticated ways, entirely unprecedented in the contemporary intellectual landscape of Europe. Irrespective of the precise nature of their ultimate intent, the knights, upon their return, meticulously transported invaluable fragments of the accumulated knowledge and insights back to Jerusalem, safeguarding these intellectual treasures with the same solemn reverence and meticulous care typically reserved for sacred religious relics. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that not every interaction experienced by the knights unfolded in an atmosphere of tranquility or mutual understanding. Indeed, there were disconcerting instances when the very presence of these foreign knights inadvertently aroused intense suspicion among the local populace. A carelessly uttered phrase in Latin, spoken with undue volume, or a fleeting glimpse of their distinctive Templar cross, inadvertently revealed beneath a cloak, was often sufficient to precipitate immediate peril, with danger swiftly closing in around them. On 2 separate occasions, they found themselves stealthily pursued through the labyrinthine, shadowed alleys by menacing figures armed with gleaming blades, their intentions clearly hostile. In one particularly harrowing incident, their escape was achieved only by quick-wittedly slipping into a nearby mosque, where they swiftly removed their boots, bowed low in imitation of the worshippers, and allowed the pervasive rhythmic cadence of the communal prayer to effectively mask their identities and presence. Later that fateful night, one knight confided in hushed tones to a companion that, during those moments of profound prostration within the mosque's sacred silence, he had perceived no hostile enemy presence whatsoever, but rather an overwhelming, singular awareness of the divine presence of God. The profound experiences within Damascus left an indelible imprint, indelibly etched upon the very souls of the knights. Their return journey to Jerusalem was laden not merely with the tangible commodities of luxurious silk and exotic spices, but with far more precious, intangible treasures. They bore with them lyrical verses of profound poetry, intricate diagrams charting the celestial movements of stars, invaluable fragments of advanced medical knowledge, and, perhaps most significantly, the nascent whispers of a spiritual path where the disciplined warrior and the contemplative mystic could, in harmonious convergence, walk side by side. Having initially embarked upon their sacred duty as stalwart guardians of devout pilgrims, they had, through their Damascene sojourn, paradoxically transformed into pilgrims themselves, their arduous wanderings now traversing not merely physical deserts, but the expansive and profound landscapes of the human spirit. As they rode back across the vast, silent desert expanse toward the venerable city of Jerusalem, the myriad stars overhead appeared to them with an unprecedented sharpness and an intensified luminosity. This heightened celestial clarity might have been attributed simply to the crisp, unpolluted desert air. Or perhaps, having immersed themselves in the profound wisdom of the mystics of Damascus, the knights now perceived the heavens through entirely different eyes newly attuned to recognize intricate patterns and profound cosmic truths that had previously remained entirely concealed from their understanding. Consequently, the already profound silence that enveloped the 9 knights deepened even further, now imbued with a newfound, contemplative gravitas. Their fellow brethren in the distant European chapters of the order would forever remain unaware of the full scope and profound depth of the revelations and experiences that had transpired within those secluded courtyards and dimly lit chambers of Damascus. The established hierarchy of the Latin Church would similarly never be privy to the esoteric words and spiritual insights that had been so carefully whispered within the intimate, consecrated Sufi circles. Yet, deep within the innermost recesses of the knights' hearts, the memory of Damascus persisted, an enduring presence, a clandestine city, a profound, hidden teacher, serving as a constant, silent reminder that the singular, ultimate truth manifested itself through a multitude of diverse names and forms. Far beyond the bustling metropolis of Damascus, traversing the vast, arid deserts and scaling the formidable mountain ranges of Persia, lay an enigmatic and distant land, its very existence spoken of only in tantalizing fragments and hushed allusions. This was a kingdom of such profound remoteness that even the most comprehensive and authoritative cartographic endeavors of Christendom depicted its immense expanse as a stark, uncharted void. Its fabled name, painstakingly conveyed across vast distances by intrepid traders and seasoned wanderers, was Cathay. For the majority of the European populace, Cathay existed merely as a captivating fable, an ethereal realm of unimaginable wealth and unattainable splendor, a construct of myth rather than reality. However, for the discerning knights, whose senses were already acutely attuned to the subtle whispers of concealed wisdom and esoteric knowledge, Cathay transcended the realm of mere rumor or fanciful legend. It shone forth as a potent, guiding beacon of profound significance. These captivating narratives about Cathay arrived with the ceaseless flow of caravans, recounted in reverent, hushed voices during evening repasts over warming cups of spiced wine, or beneath the brilliant, indifferent gaze of the stars at remote caravan resting places. The intrepid travelers described colossal walled cities, whose urban sprawl dwarfed the entire venerable city of Jerusalem, their monumental gates intricately carved with the majestic effigies of dragons, and their opulent palaces gleaming and shimmering with the radiant luster of polished jade and precious gold. Furthermore, they recounted the existence of a powerful emperor who governed his vast domain not solely through the brute force of military might and the sword, but by a sacred, divine mandate bestowed directly from heaven itself, a profound, recognized bond between the terrestrial realm and the celestial spheres, universally acknowledged by both the highest religious authorities and the humblest commoners alike. However, it was neither the legendary wealth nor the sprawling imperial dominion that most profoundly captivated the imagination and stirred the intellect of the knights. Instead, it was the recurring presence and profound significance of specific symbolic representations that truly resonated with them. The merchants' accounts detailed magnificent dragons, not depicted as fearsome, malevolent monsters, but rather as revered, benevolent guardians, formidable protectors of the intricate and sacred divine order of the universe. They further elaborated on exquisite jade discs, meticulously inscribed with celestial patterns mirroring the very fabric of heaven, and spoke of ancient, sacred scrolls that expounded upon the profound principle of harmony achieved through the dynamic interplay of fundamental opposites, the complementary forces of yin and yang, the interplay of darkness and light, and the essential union of the male and female principles. These striking thematic and symbolic echoes resonated with an uncanny precision, aligning almost perfectly with the cryptic fragments the knights themselves had unearthed from the subterranean depths beneath the revered Temple Mount. These combined insights pointed unequivocally to signs of profound duality, of sacred vessels, and of clandestine powerful unions that were intrinsically linked to the bearing of a divine, spiritual inheritance. The profound notion that Cathay harbored an ancient wellspring of wisdom, a knowledge predating the very Gospels and articulating the same universal mysteries through a different linguistic lens, became deeply embedded within the consciousness of the knights. A disquieting question arose. Could divine truth truly be confined solely within the sacred precincts of Jerusalem? Was it not conceivable that the radiant light of God had been entrusted to a multitude of peoples, dispersed like glowing embers across the vast expanse of the earth? The narratives recounted prodigious libraries, sprawling beyond the wildest stretch of imagination, where erudite scholars delved not merely into scriptural texts, but meticulously integrated mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and artistic expression into a seamless, interconnected tapestry of understanding. These same chronicles spoke of sophisticated compasses that unerringly guided mariners across trackless oceans, far beyond the reassuring sight of land, of potent powders capable of conjuring forth devastating fire, and of intricate canal systems where vessels glided effortlessly as if traversing terrestrial roadways. Each recounted marvel resonated with the cadence of myth, yet a compelling glimmer of veracity within these fantastic anecdotes compelled the knights to pause in contemplative wonder. Among the myriad of legends, one particular account proved even more enigmatic. The assertion that within Cathay resided individuals who had journeyed from distant realms eons ago, foreign priests, distinguished by their peculiar symbols, who were graciously received into royal courts as venerable custodians of profound knowledge. Their origins remained shrouded in impenetrable mystery, their identities unknown. However, the vivid description, pale complexions, flowing beards, and most strikingly, the indelible marks of the cross, engendered a profound sense of unease and introspection among the Templars. Could it truly be that others, centuries prior, had traversed the identical, concealed path they now clandestinely pursued? As night descended upon their hallowed chambers on the Temple Mount, the knights would meticulously scrutinize maps painstakingly etched in charcoal upon aged parchment. Their fingers would slowly trace the arduous eastward trajectories, routes that meandered past the ancient heartland of Persia, beyond the formidable currents of the Oxus River, and through the towering, formidable peaks known as the Pamirs, until they ultimately reached the boundless steppes where the thunderous hooves of Mongol riders held sway. Beyond this formidable frontier, they were told, lay the legendary realm of Cathay. A mere handful of Europeans had ever glimpsed its fabled landscapes. Fewer still had returned to recount their extraordinary experiences. Yet, the enigmatic whispers of Cathay grew increasingly insistent, resonating with the persistent rhythm of a distant ceremonial drum. For the Templars, it transcended the realm of mere fable, evolving into an indispensable key to the intricate, unfolding spiritual puzzle that lay before them. If the ancient relics purportedly secreted beneath Solomon's temple subtly hinted at a wisdom predating the Roman Empire, then perhaps Cathay represented its complementary counterpart, a profound spiritual mirror reflecting across the globe. Consequently, despite their solemn duty to safeguard pilgrims journeying to Jerusalem, the Templars began to harbor ambitious dreams of even more expansive expeditions. Their sacred vow broadened significantly, encompassing not merely the defense of the faithful, but an intrepid quest to seek out the hidden faiths of all lands, to meticulously gather the scattered fragments of a universal truth too immense and multifaceted to be contained within the doctrines of any single church. The caravans continued their ceaseless journey, laden with shimmering silk and exotic spices flowing westward, while silver and wool traveled eastward. Yet, amidst their swirling dust and the captivating tales they carried, they transported something far more profound, the enduring memory of Cathay, a faint but persistent whisper of a distant kingdom that might hold the very answers the Church had long since forgotten, or perhaps deliberately chosen to ignore. For in Cathay, so the enthralling stories claimed, the celestial spheres themselves were meticulously charted and understood, and the very blood of its emperors was believed to possess an inherent divine favor. Was this so fundamentally different from the cryptic murmurs emanating from beneath the temple? Could the legendary Grail itself merely be another appellation for the same eternal, ineffable mystery? The knights possessed no definitive answers, but the profound question lingered persistently in their hearts, an unyielding flame that refused to be extinguished. And within the incandescent glow of that internal fire, Cathay transcended the boundaries of a mere fable. It became, unmistakably, destiny. Amidst the swirling vortex of rumors that permeated the bustling ports and desolate deserts, one particular narrative carried an exceptional weight, a tale that intricately wove together strands of fervent hope with elusive illusion and profound faith with compelling fable. This was the captivating story of Prester John, the enigmatic Christian monarch, purportedly ruling a vast and opulent empire somewhere in the mysterious East. For the pontiffs in Rome, he represented a beacon of promise. For the kings of Europe, a potentially powerful ally. But for the discerning Templars, who listened with far greater attentiveness than most, his legend was an intricate, profound riddle. Prester John was depicted as a sovereign of unimaginable power, commanding colossal armies composed of innumerable warriors, magnificent elephants adorned in resplendent gold armor, and rivers whose currents flowed not with water, but with precious jewels. His realm was said to be an earthly paradise where absolute justice prevailed, and where no impoverished soul ever suffered the pangs of hunger. Most significantly, he was unequivocally reported to be a Christian, though the precise denomination remained a subject of intense, unresolved debate. Some asserted he was a Nestorian, tracing his lineage back to churches exiled by the authority of Rome. Others believed him to be the last surviving vestige of the Apostle Thomas's ancient mission to India. Still others conjectured that he was not a singular individual, but rather a hereditary title passed down through successive rulers, a vigilant guardian of a hidden kingdom situated beyond the charted territories of Christendom. Letters, purporting to originate from Prester John himself, began to circulate throughout Europe. These missives eloquently spoke of his unwavering devotion to Christ and his fervent desire to forge an alliance with Western monarchs against the perceived infidel. They lavishly promised military pacts, untold treasures, and the initiation of a new, decisive crusade that would shatter the dominance of Islam forever. The popes devoured these letters with eager anticipation, while kings approached them with meticulous calculation. Yet the Templars, who had shared counsel with seasoned merchants from the East and absorbed whispered narratives by flickering firelight, possessed the acute discernment to see through the superficial allure of these gilded promises. Indeed, the knights had already gathered intelligence about various kingdoms where resilient Christian communities quietly endured. The Syriac churches flourishing in Mesopotamia, the Thomas Christians steadfastly adhering to their faith on the Malabar coast, and even faint, intriguing echoes of crosses meticulously carved into ancient stones in profoundly distant lands. They recognized that these stories possessed genuine historical roots, but they also understood the inherent human tendency for such roots to become intricately twisted into elaborate legends. What if Prester John was not, in fact, a king commanding vast armies, but rather a profound symbol of something far older and more esoteric? What if his captivating narrative concealed not a throne adorned with gold, but a clandestine alliance of hidden knowledge, a brotherhood of custodians preserving a tradition that the Church of Rome had long since deliberately cast aside? In the bustling souks of Damascus, they had heard Sufi mystics speak reverently of saints who moved through the world unseen, silently traversing the earth, subtly guiding the destinies of men without ever revealing their presence. In the ancient bazaars of Persia, itinerant merchants recounted tales of vigilant guardians of secret books, individuals who migrated from city to city, meticulously preserving esoteric wisdom. Could Prester John be the Christian counterpart, the echo of these very same hidden brotherhoods? An idea strategically wrapped in the captivating splendor of royalty to render it palatable to worldly kings, but in its profound essence, something far more subtle and profound. The Templars' inherent caution intensified. They understood implicitly that the Church yearned to seize upon the legend of Prester John, to meticulously mold his myth into a formidable weapon. If he were a verifiable reality, Rome would unequivocally demand his submission and allegiance. If he were merely a myth, Rome would nonetheless exploit his revered name to galvanize and rally new crusades. But the knights, bound by the solemnity of their silent quest, pondered whether the captivating story concealed a profound truth that Rome would rather not confront, that Christ's transformative message had not terminated at the geographical borders of Europe, nor even within the sacred confines of Jerusalem, but had journeyed extensively eastward, becoming assimilated into diverse cultures that worshipped in different tongues, observed distinct rites, and navigated their spiritual paths under celestial constellations mapped in entirely unique ways. At night, the Templars envisioned Prester John not as a potentate regally enthroned on a jeweled dais, but rather as a solitary guardian cloaked in deep shadows, diligently preserving ancient scrolls and sacred relics far beyond the intrusive reach of Rome. Perhaps he was not a singular individual at all, but rather a continuous lineage, an unbroken chain of dedicated keepers stretching across countless centuries. Perhaps his kingdom was not geographically defined by territorial boundaries, but conceptually by the enduring power of memory. A dispersed, hidden brotherhood scattered across the vast continent of Asia, patiently awaiting the propitious moment when their profound secret must finally be unveiled. For the knights, the enigmatic shadow of Prester John gradually became less a bright promise of formidable armies and more a poignant reminder. Somewhere beyond the parched deserts and towering mountains lay Christian communities long forgotten by the ecclesiastical hierarchy of Rome. Perhaps these communities were even allied with ancient wisdom traditions predating Christendom itself. And if that profound possibility held true, then the Templars' overarching mission was not merely to protect devout pilgrims, nor even exclusively to unearth sacred relics beneath the temple, but to seek the greater, holistic truth, the scattered, fragmented body of a universal wisdom meticulously preserved in disparate pieces across the entire earth. The Church spoke of Prester John with effusive hope, envisioning triumphant banners unfurled and glorious crusades launched. But in the hushed silence of their clandestine councils, the Templars whispered of him in a starkly different manner. He was not a king to be summoned to their aid. He was instead a profound cipher to be meticulously understood, an enigmatic shadow pointing inexorably eastward toward profound secrets that Rome would never openly claim, but could never truly erase. And though no knight had yet embarked on such an arduous, distant journey, the winding road to Prester John had already deeply embedded itself within the very fabric of their dreams. The eastward journey progressively led the Templars into ancient lands where once mighty empires had majestically risen and subsequently crumbled into the dust of history, where the sacred Zoroastrian fires still glowed with an enduring intensity, meticulously tended in reverent silence by priests who steadfastly asserted that their hallowed light had remained unextinguished since the primordial dawn of time. Persia itself was a vibrant land of bustling crossroads, where caravans traversed its ancient routes, bearing not only shimmering silks and exotic spices, but also a wealth of clandestine secrets. To the majority of crusaders, it represented merely the hostile territory of their sworn enemies. But for the discerning Templars, it was perceived as a profound spiritual threshold. Within the verdant havens of the oasis towns, they intently listened to murmurs concerning profound dualities, the eternal interplay of light and darkness, truth and falsehood, a cosmic struggle believed to be without cessation. The ancient fire temples, deliberately concealed from prying, uninitiated eyes, radiated with perennial flames that had been vigilantly sustained for countless generations. Some of the knights, who ventured into Persia under meticulous disguise, returned with astonishing accounts of rituals that struck them as eerily familiar, despite being articulated in foreign tongues. They spoke of sacred communal meals where bread and wine, or their striking likenesses, were reverently shared, not as propitiatory offerings to a wrathful deity, but rather as a profound communion with the inherent, eternal flame itself. The established church would undoubtedly have dismissed such resonant echoes as egregious heresy, a corrupting distortion of Christ's unadulterated message. Yet to the Templars, it felt as though a vital thread had been meticulously uncovered, one that stretched far beyond the immediate confines of Jerusalem, reaching back into a primordial epoch before prophets had ever demarcated distinct lines between disparate faiths. Could it be that Persia preserved not the doctrine of an adversary, but a precious fragment of the very same original universal light that had initially kindled the profound mystery they so diligently guarded? Itinerant travelers recounted tales of clandestine brotherhoods whose members moved cloaked in an aura of profound secrecy. Some whispered of the legendary Magi, referring not merely to the wise men who had once followed a celestial star to Bethlehem, but to their direct descendants, who continued to meticulously preserve hidden schools of advanced astronomy, esoteric alchemy, and profound prophecy. Others spoke of obscure sects who claimed to possess ancient books inscribed in a script far older than any alphabet the knights had ever encountered, volumes that allegedly contained the long-forgotten names of ancient angels. The Templars, bound by their solemn vow of silence, carried these extraordinary rumors with the same meticulous care and reverence they would accord to sacred relics. Within the opulent courts of ancient Persia, Sufi poets would artfully intone verses imbued with profound longing, speaking of an ineffable divine affection, often cloaked by the fragile guise of human existence. They unveiled sacred secrets, truths far too expansive and nuanced to be confined within the rigid strictures of religious doctrine. Even though the accompanying knights, foreign to the melodic Persian tongue, could not grasp every word, they nonetheless experienced the profound resonance of these utterances, feeling their weight ripple through them like an intrinsic vibration beneath the very surface of their skin. The mystics eloquently discoursed upon arduous journeys not across physical landscapes, but deep within the soul, describing battles that were not waged on fields drenched in blood, but rather within the intricate chambers of the human spirit. A quiet introspection settled among some Templars, prompting them to ponder a revolutionary question. Could it be that their revered order's true crusade was not against mortal adversaries at all, but against the insidious grip of ignorance, against the pervasive darkness that had long obscured humanity from the profound truth it once inherently possessed? Yet this land of enchanting whispers and ancient traditions, Persia, was simultaneously a realm fraught with inherent peril. Beyond the sacred fire temples and the hushed recitation of poetic verses lurked the menacing shadows of the assassins, the enigmatic Nizari sect renowned for carving their formidable strongholds into the unyielding mountain stone. To the uninitiated and the fearful, these were figures of sheer terror, their blades striking with unnerving suddenness from unseen vantage points, their presence a silent, fear-inducing cloak. However, the discerning Templars perceived something far more complex, a profound reflection of their own secretive existence. Much like the Templars themselves, the assassins were bound by an intricate clandestine code, sworn to unwavering obedience, and served as enigmatic guardians of mysteries deliberately kept hidden from the broader world. Indeed, some knights harbored the distinct suspicion that their encounters with these formidable assassins were less outright conflict and more a nuanced exchange of understanding, a tacit recognition between two brotherhoods whose true nature the world would forever struggle to comprehend. The intricate veil shrouding Persia's deepest enigmas was not easily pierced by foreign eyes. Its majestic mountains concealed vast libraries brimming with ancient texts, repositories of knowledge that no crusader would ever be privileged to behold. Its sprawling deserts, beneath shifting sands, entombed forgotten shrines, their histories long erased from the collective memory of transient empires. Despite this inherent inaccessibility, the Templars felt an undeniable gravity emanating from this ancient land. Here, they realized, was not merely a territory to be traversed as a waypoint on the arduous journey to distant India or the fabled Cathay. Instead, Persia stood as a venerable keeper of primordial fires, flames that had burned with unwavering intensity since before the Roman Empire had even conceived of its imperial ambitions. And as they continued their eastward pilgrimage, carrying with them mere fragments of overheard words, fleeting glimpses of enigmatic rituals, and the haunting, ethereal sound of Sufi chants echoing under the vast, star-studded desert skies, the knights began to perceive that their expedition was less a march of conquest and more a profound descent into the layered depths of time itself. Each deliberate step propelled them deeper, past the carefully curated history acknowledged by their church, into a primordial memory that humanity itself seemed to have consciously endeavored to forget. For in the ancient land of Persia, they had brushed against something simultaneously alien and profoundly familiar, an enigmatic echo of light clothed in the fiery essence of ancient wisdom. It was a subtle whisper suggesting that the ultimate truth they so ardently sought was immeasurably older than the advent of Christendom, older than the reign of any earthly kings, older even than the very stones that formed Solomon's venerable temple. Thus, compelled by this profound revelation, they pressed relentlessly further east, meticulously following the faint, elusive trail of the long-forgotten. The legendary Silk Road unfurled itself like a vast, winding river across the very spine of the world, serving as a conduit not merely for precious silks and exotic spices, but also for cherished dreams, guarded secrets, and hushed whispers that no territorial border could ever hope to confine. For the intrepid Knights Templar, who ventured into its eastward reaches, it proved to be less a straightforward thoroughfare and more an intricate labyrinth, where each welcoming caravanserai along the route unexpectedly opened a new, often perplexing door into the profound unknown. In the serene twilight of the desert, the knights frequently found themselves seated in amiable company, sharing repasts beside seasoned Persian traders, dignified Mongol envoys, and contemplative wandering monks. The fragrant smoke of exotic incense gracefully curled above their heads as a myriad of captivating tales spilled forth into the vast expanse of the night. Stories of opulent, jeweled palaces glittering in the fabled city of Samarkand, of sacred shrines vigilantly guarded by ancient spirits, and of venerable scrolls that purportedly spoke of the very genesis of all existence. Some of these narratives were undoubtedly fanciful, woven from the threads of myth and imagination, while others were subtly layered with profound, undeniable truths. To the discerning Templars, each individual tale presented itself as a crucial, albeit enigmatic, puzzle piece. At various way stations strategically positioned along the ancient trade route, they meticulously discovered intriguing symbols carved with precision into the sturdy wood of ancient doors and intricately etched into time-worn stones, spirals, celestial stars, and the entwined forms of twin serpents. They immediately recognized uncanny echoes of their own sacred sigils, yet these ancient marks appeared far older, as if these profound emblems had been meticulously drawn long before the distinctive red cross of the temple had ever been unfurled. These omnipresent symbols felt to them like fragments of an elaborate map, painstakingly scattered across the vast expanse of the world by hands whose identity they could not yet discern. It was not solely merchants and traders that the Templars encountered on their expansive journey. They frequently met devout Buddhist monks, their forms clad in flowing saffron robes, who carried small, intricately carved wooden statues and delicate scrolls inscribed with elegant, unfamiliar scripts. The knights, though inherently unable to decipher the complex written words, observed with quiet reverence, as solemn prayers were whispered over continually turning prayer wheels, and as resonant chants ascended gracefully into the crisp mountain wind. There was an undeniable quality in the rhythmic cadence, the meditative repetition, that subtly reminded them of their own devout chants echoing within the hallowed, candle-lit chapels of their order. It was distinctly different, yet paradoxically, not entirely foreign to their spiritual sensibilities. One particularly memorable evening, beneath a magnificent vault of stars that stretched infinitely wider than any cathedral ceiling they had ever witnessed, a venerable Mongol guide recounted a captivating tale. He spoke of a fabled hidden city where the very earth was said to meet the heavens, a place where luminous rivers of light descended mysteriously into vast, ancient stone chambers. He solemnly declared that this mythical city had been founded by enigmatic men who had journeyed from beyond the highest mountains, carrying with them a profound knowledge so radiant and awe-inspiring that even the most formidable conquerors dared not attempt to erase it. The Templars listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the campfire as they silently pondered the profound question: was this merely an elaborate myth, or the faded memory of a truly forgotten age? The arduous road itself demanded an extraordinary degree of endurance from its travelers. Treacherous sandstorms frequently swept across their path, mercilessly blotting out both the sun's guiding light and the comforting presence of the stars alike. In the profound silence that often accompanied the heart of such a storm, when the wind howled with the chilling intensity of 1,000 disembodied voices, the knights felt an eerie sensation, as though they were marching through the very fabric of time itself, stripped bare of all but their unwavering determination to carry their profound secret forward. Yet, when the tempestuous storm finally cleared, and the distant horizon dramatically revealed the majestic silhouettes of snow-peaked mountains, they understood with certainty that their arduous journey was ultimately a test, one specifically designed not to utterly break their spirits, but rather to meticulously strip away all that was superficial and unessential to their true purpose. In the illustrious great cities of Central Asia, the fabled Samarkand, the venerable Bukhara, and the bustling Kashgar, they immersed themselves in markets bursting with an intoxicating riot of color. Precious jewels, exotic spices, and shimmering silks dazzled the discerning eyes of any casual observer. But what most profoundly captivated the Templars were the subtle, often clandestine, exchanges of knowledge. The precious scrolls discreetly passed beneath cloaks, the hushed whispered conversations held in shadowed corners. Here, profound knowledge was deemed as precious and sought after as the most coveted gold. They learned of skilled physicians who possessed the ability to heal ailments with potent herbs entirely unknown to the Western world, of brilliant astronomers who charted the celestial heavens with a breathtaking precision rivaling that of the most esteemed Greek philosophers, and of master craftsmen who could forge legendary blades that would seemingly never dull. But even more compelling were the pervasive tales of an ancient, enigmatic brotherhood who had once traversed these very roads long before the ascendance of any known empires. Some astute merchants spoke of them as venerable wanderers who carried a profound wisdom dating back to the very dawn of time, serving as steadfast protectors of a sacred covenant that no earthly king could ever claim. They were said to have left indelible markers along the ancient route, subtly hidden within the intricate patterns of architecture, embedded in the rhythmic cadence of ancient chants, and even woven into the complex designs of exquisite carpets. To the ordinary, unobservant traveler, these were merely decorative patterns. To the truly initiated, however, they served as profound, unspoken messages. The Templars began to entertain the profound suspicion that the Silk Road itself was far more than a mere trade route. It was, in essence, a vast, living corridor of memory where successive civilizations had meticulously layered their accumulated wisdom, one upon another, like delicate silk folded over silk. They found themselves contemplating whether their own esteemed order was perhaps but the latest in a long and venerable chain of guardians, entrusted with precious fragments of a truth far too immense and all-encompassing to be held exclusively by any single people. At night, when the caravans finally rested and the countless stars wheeled majestically above, the knights engaged in hushed whispers among themselves. They had initially embarked on this journey seeking sacred relics, tangible treasures, and perhaps even powerful allies. But what they ultimately discovered was stranger and far more profound. A living, pulsating current of ancient knowledge flowing ceaselessly from east to west and back again, utterly immune to the ravages of war and remaining unbroken by the inexorable rise and fall of countless kingdoms. It was as if the very world itself had conspired to meticulously preserve a profound secret, scattering its essence across vast deserts, towering mountains, and bustling cities, ensuring that it could never be truly destroyed or utterly lost. And as the Templars pressed ever onward, venturing deeper into the enigmatic heart of Asia, they carried with them not only the specific objectives of their own mission, but also the steadily growing awareness that they were traversing a road far older than their venerable order itself. Perhaps, they mused, as ancient as the very first spark of human wonder that ignited consciousness. The relentless winds of the vast steppe carried with them compelling stories of an empire that had explosively risen like a tempestuous storm, its formidable reach stretching from the distant Pacific shores to the very gates of Europe. To the Knights Templar, the formidable Mongol horde represented both an immense terror and an intriguing curiosity. While they were perceived as savage barbarians by some, others saw them as an unstoppable force of destiny. Their distinctive banners fluttered menacingly across horizons that few in Christendom had ever dared to dream of reaching, and their swift riders moved with an astonishing velocity, faster than mere whispers, covering vast leagues in the span of a single night. When the Templars first encountered emissaries of the Great Khan, it was not on a chaotic battlefield, but rather within the dimly lit confines of a tent, somewhere in the remote reaches of Central Asia. The air inside the tent was thick with the distinctive, pungent scent of fermented mare's milk and the aromatic fragrance of burning juniper wood. The Mongol envoys communicated in a tongue that was harsh and guttural, yet their expressive gestures clearly conveyed their intentions, revealing an unexpected openness to parley. The knights understood then that the sprawling empire of the horsemen encompassed far more than mere conquest. It was an intricate web woven from complex alliances, veiled threats, and enticing promises. For some among the Templars, this pivotal meeting ignited a dangerous yet compelling hope. Could these formidable Mongols potentially become allies against the relentless Islamic powers that exerted immense pressure against the vulnerable Crusader states? If the revered Red Cross of the Temple could indeed ride in unison alongside the formidable banners of the Great Khan, Perhaps Jerusalem itself, the ultimate prize, could finally be reclaimed. Numerous letters were meticulously carried across vast, unforgiving deserts and sprawling steppes, bearing the authoritative seals of European kings and the distinctive signatures of Templar commanders. The responses received were often enigmatic, sometimes offering promising prospects, yet at other times subtly veiled in an underlying threat. The Mongols spoke with conviction of a singular heaven beneath which all men were destined to bow. Yet they conspicuously refrained from specifying which particular deity held dominion over it. And yet, beneath the thunderous roar of countless hooves and the resonant clash of steel, another profound layer of mystery began to emerge. The Templars learned that the Mongols themselves held a deep reverence for hidden teachers, venerable sages who expounded upon a cosmic order far more ancient than any known temple or sacred scripture. Some of these were powerful shamans, their faces strikingly painted with ash and ochre, who ritually beat drums with such fervor that the very earth itself seemed to tremble in response. Others whispered of Nestorian Christians, who had taken deep root among various Mongol tribes long before the Western world had even begun to take notice. In their possession were peculiar relics, crosses of an unfamiliar design, ancient texts that skillfully blended Eastern philosophy with the sacred Gospels, and enigmatic symbols that felt uncannily familiar to the discerning knights. A particular chronicle recounts an evening when a high-ranking Templar officer was extended an invitation to observe a clandestine Mongol rite held on the vast, untamed steppe. Under the celestial canopy, a grand formation of horsemen convened in a wide circle, and at its core, a shaman meticulously offered various items into a blazing fire, strands of equine hair, crimson blood, and potent fermented beverages. The incantations escalated, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the hallowed psalms intoned in distant venerable chapels, as incandescent sparks ascended, seemingly drawn into the boundless firmament. The shaman proclaimed that all earthly dominions were but fleeting apparitions of a more profound realm, one imperceptible to the mortal eye, yet indelibly inscribed upon the very fabric of the heavens. The Templar, his resolve forged by countless years of arduous combat, experienced a peculiar tremor coursing through his being. He pondered whether this profound vision constituted an unspeakable sacrilege, or if it represented a truth too expansive and fundamental for the rigid doctrines of the Church to ever articulate. Beyond their formidable prowess in warfare, the Mongols demonstrated an unparalleled command over the intricate currents of information. Their dedicated couriers, mounted upon exceptionally swift steeds, conveyed dispatches with a celerity unmatched by any system then known in Europe. This network granted them an intimate understanding of the vital rhythms of various kingdoms, discerning with precision the inherent strengths and latent vulnerabilities of their adversaries. For the Templars, who had long conceived of themselves as the venerable guardians of esoteric knowledge, this profound mastery over the subtle, unseen forces of power resonated deeply within their order. A growing number among them began to entertain a disquieting thought. Were the Mongols merely ruthless conquerors? Or did they too possess a precious fragment of the grand, overarching secret that the Templars themselves sought to safeguard? Nevertheless, not every knight within the order shared this burgeoning perspective. For each brother who perceived the potential for valuable allies in these formidable Easterners, Another discerned only imminent peril and profound danger. The Mongols had, after all, systematically razed entire cities to their foundations, leaving behind vast fields strewn with the bones of the fallen, and had desecrated numerous holy sites beneath the relentless hooves of their cavalry. The profound moral question lingered: could such agents of destruction ever truly forge a common cause with the dedicated guardians of the temple, whose sacred duty was preservation? This contentious debate reverberated through hushed deliberations, conducted under the flickering, uncertain light of campfires, remaining stubbornly unresolved and perpetually unsettling. Yet one undeniable reality began to assert itself with undeniable force. Wherever the Mongol hordes extended their dominion, they invariably left in their wake trade routes that were significantly safer than before, marketplaces that flourished with unprecedented richness, and interconnected networks that deepened with remarkable efficiency. The legendary Silk Road, in particular, thrived under their watchful sovereignty, and with its resurgence came a significant augmentation in the global flow of knowledge. Templars, moving with their characteristic stealth and discretion, meticulously followed these burgeoning arteries of connection, venturing ever deeper into territories that no papal decree had ever officially sanctioned them to enter. Within their meticulously kept secret journals, some knights meticulously chronicled accounts of formidable Mongol fortresses where ancient scrolls were carefully preserved, sacred relics vigilantly guarded, and wise sages were routinely consulted before the commencement of any major military campaigns. These entries subtly suggested that the great Khan himself, despite being an absolute ruler of iron will and boundless authority, reportedly deferred to a council of hidden advisors who asserted their lineage from exceptionally ancient bloodlines. Such whispers were inherently perilous, for they intimated that even the most formidable and expansive empire might ultimately bow to an unseen, fundamental truth that transcended all temporal power. The Templars emerged from these profound encounters irrevocably transformed. They had initially embarked on these journeys with the pragmatic objective of forging potential alliances, but they departed burdened with questions of far greater magnitude and philosophical weight. Could it be plausible that the Mongols, fearsome in their military might and boundless in their territorial reach, were in fact unwitting custodians of the very same hidden current of knowledge that the Templars themselves had sworn to protect? Did their sprawling empire of horse-riding warriors inadvertently brush against the very secret that the Church feared above all else, a truth that could undermine its entire edifice? The knights carried these momentous questions with them as they pressed further eastward into lands where the established maps of Europe abruptly ceased, and the very contours of the known world appeared to dissolve into the realm of myth and legend. The Silk Road was not a singular, well-defined thoroughfare, but rather a vibrant, intricate tapestry woven from countless roads, verdant oases, and perilous mountain passes. These vital arteries transported not merely precious silks and exotic spices, but also a constant stream of novel ideas, profound secrets, and faint whispers of long-forgotten kingdoms. The Knights Templar, once confined to the austere stone fortresses of Outremer, found themselves inexorably drawn deeper into this sprawling network, much like nocturnal insects to a distant, mesmerizing flame. It was widely believed that whosoever attained mastery over the Silk Road could, by extension, command the very flow and destiny of civilizations. For along its sinuous and ancient paths pulsed the undeniable heartbeat of the world. Initially, the knights traversed this legendary route as conspicuous outsiders. Their distinctive white mantles, once a striking and revered sight on the battlefields of the Holy Land, served only to mark them as unmistakable foreigners in these distant climes. Yet, under the vast, moving shadows cast by immense caravans and across the shimmering, oppressive heat of expansive desert plateaus, they gradually learned the crucial art of adaptation. They rode alongside seasoned merchants hailing from the fabled city of Samarkand, shared simple bread with astute Sogdian traders, and lent their ears attentively to tales recounted in hushed, reverent tones beneath the infinite expanse of star-dusted skies. The road itself, they began to discern, was a sacred precinct, a hallowed space where the diverse cultures of East and West converged not in violent conflict, but in a profound and mutually enriching exchange. It was during these extensive journeys that the Templars encountered extraordinary relics, unlike any they had ever witnessed in the familiar lands of Europe. From the bustling markets of Kashgar emerged ancient scrolls meticulously bound in lustrous silk, their intricate characters flowing like serpentine rivers across aged parchment. In the vibrant bazaars of Bukhara, their eyes beheld dazzling mosaics that shimmered with constellations of stars and intricate geometric patterns, which remarkably mirrored some of their own sacred symbols. From serene Buddhist monks, they absorbed profound parables that spoke not of a solitary Messiah, but of an innumerable host of bodhisattvas, each dedicated to carrying the boundless essence of compassion across the vast expanse of the ages. These novel teachings stirred something profoundly resonant within their souls, for beneath the superficial veneer of cultural difference, they instinctively sensed an unmistakable echo of the very truths they had long guarded in profound, sacred silence. One anonymous chronicler within the order, whose very name was meticulously expunged from all official records, penned an account of a hidden library nestled within the ancient city of Merv. There, within a vaulted chamber ingeniously concealed beneath the decaying remnants of a Zoroastrian fire temple, he purportedly witnessed manuscripts that seamlessly blended the profound insights of Greek philosophy with the ethereal depths of Persian mysticism and early Christian gospels long presumed to have been utterly destroyed. These extraordinary texts elucidated a fundamental unity of wisdom, a divine, eternal fire carried faithfully from one epoch to the next, perpetually shifting in outward form, yet never truly extinguished. The knights who were privileged to behold such knowledge swore a solemn oath to protect it, even if it necessitated concealing its existence from their own ecclesiastical hierarchy, the very church they served. However, the Silk Road was also an inherently perilous undertaking. Ruthless bandits frequently haunted the treacherous mountain passes, and sudden, ferocious sandstorms possessed the power to utterly engulf entire caravans, leaving no trace. The Templars quickly learned to navigate these dangers by traveling in meticulous disguise, their distinctive white mantles carefully hidden beneath the voluminous robes of ordinary traders, their formidable swords discreetly wrapped in cloth to avoid attracting undue attention. They meticulously carved secret marks into the weathered stones of remote way stations, intricate symbols intelligible solely to their brethren, serving as crucial guides for any who might follow in their footsteps. To the casual observer, they appeared to be nothing more than pious pilgrims or astute merchants. In truth, they were dedicated seekers of a deeper, unseen current that flowed perpetually beneath the visible surface of the world. There were many nights when they encamped in profound silence beside crackling desert fires, their minds heavy with the weight of burgeoning contradictions. Were they still steadfast knights of Christendom, bound by their sacred vows to defend the holy faith? Or had they, by virtue of their relentless journey, transformed into mere wanderers, ceaselessly pursuing fleeting shadows through vast lands that the Pope himself would never deign to bless? Each man carried his own deeply personal answer to these unsettling questions. Yet, the immutable pull of the road bound them inextricably together, drawing them ever further into the mystifying East. The hushed whispers they assiduously gathered spoke of enigmatic hidden kingdoms nestled deep within the towering mountains, of ancient monasteries where reclusive monks vigilantly guarded relics predating the very foundation of Rome, and of sagacious individuals who possessed the extraordinary to read the intricate patterns of the stars and to speak with authority of destinies not yet fully written. The Templars pursued these tantalizing threads of information with a singular devotion that bordered on obsessive fervor. They held an unwavering conviction that in the enigmatic East lay not merely material treasures of exquisite silk and precious jade, but also invaluable fragments of the very secret that had once been solemnly entrusted to them in Jerusalem. A secret so potent that it possessed the inherent power to fundamentally reshape the entire world. In the vibrant trading hub of Samarkand, a city adorned with magnificent turquoise domes and bustling markets overflowing with exotic fragrances, they overheard tales of a mysterious veiled chalice. Some accounts suggested it was a tangible relic, meticulously hidden away in a remote monastery situated beyond the formidable Pamir Mountains. Others claimed it was not a physical object at all, but rather a sacred bloodline, meticulously carried in profound silence through countless generations. The knights listened intently, exercising extreme caution not to betray how closely these whispered narratives mirrored the very secrets they themselves had vigilantly guarded since the calamitous fall of the temple in Jerusalem. By this advanced stage, their arduous journey had transcended mere reconnaissance. It had evolved into a multifaceted endeavor, a spiritual pilgrimage, a relentless quest, and a poignant exile, all simultaneously interwoven. Each mile traversed carried them further beyond the direct influence of kings and popes, deeper into a mystical realm where diverse faiths intertwined with remarkable fluidity and ancient histories blurred into indistinguishable narratives. The Templars slowly began to comprehend that the Church had perpetually harbored a profound fear of this very road, not primarily for its inherent dangers, but rather for the profound and unsettling revelations it consistently offered. For here, in the very heart of Asia, fundamental truth could not be arbitrarily monopolized. It flowed freely, exchanged with the same effortless ease as silk and spices, carried upon the eloquent tongues of countless storytellers, and subtly concealed within the intricate folds of sacred scripture. One night, as they traversed a desolate and expansive steppe beneath a sky densely populated with innumerable stars, a senior knight spoke softly to his attentive companions. Perhaps, he mused, the road itself embodies the Grail. Not a mere cup, nor a specific bloodline, but rather a transcendent path that intricately binds the entire world together, demonstrating to us that no singular truth can ever exclusively belong to one throne, one temple, or one pope. His profound words lingered in the crisp, cold night air, simultaneously unsettling in their implications and luminous in their wisdom, much like the persistent glow of embers stubbornly refusing to yield to extinction. By the time the Templars finally reached the formidable shadow of the mountains that demarcated the boundaries of the East from the further East, they had undergone such a profound transformation that the Church would undoubtedly no longer have recognized them. They remained warriors, yes, but they had also evolved into astute guardians of enigmatic riddles, sagacious interpreters of intricate symbols, and relentless seekers of profound wisdom, perpetually carried within silent caravans of shadow. Their esteemed order had tragically fallen in Europe, mercilessly hunted by avaricious kings and unequivocally condemned by Rome. But here, on the ancient roads of silk and shadow, they were in the process of becoming something entirely novel and distinct, something that the established church could neither fully perceive nor effectively control. The vast caravans that intricately wound their way across the expansive Silk Road were far more than mere lines of camels silhouetted against the distant horizon. They constituted living, pulsating veins through which coursed the very lifeblood of entire civilizations. With every melodic bell that jingled from a camel's neck, another captivating tale was carried forward. Stories of powerful emperors and shrewd merchants, of lost kingdoms and diligently hidden faiths. The Knights Templar, meticulously disguised as unassuming traders and devout pilgrims, seamlessly integrated themselves into this endless, flowing procession. They swiftly learned that the caravan served not only as essential protection from the relentless threats of bandits and devastating storms, but also as a vibrant marketplace of invaluable secrets, where the most precious treasures were not always tangible goods, but rather profound knowledge itself. Among the interminable trains of camels, heavily laden with bolts of lustrous silk, baskets of fragrant saffron, and exquisitely carved ivory, the Templars listened far more intently than they ever spoke. They sat by the crackling fires of nomadic Turkic herders, their faces illuminated by the dancing sparks and swirling smoke, absorbing captivating narratives of colossal mountains that could effortlessly swallow entire armies. They shared warm tea with enigmatic Persian merchants who spoke in veiled allegorical terms of sacred objects meticulously moved in profound silence. Objects that had traversed vast deserts without ever once being noticed by powerful kings or cunning thieves. In the vibrant marketplaces where merchant convoys congregated, transactions extended beyond mere sustenance, encompassing the hushed exchange of tantalizing tidbits. It was recounted that a shrewd trader from Nishapur once divulged an account of an ancient artifact, a sacred vessel emblazoned with Hebrew letters, which had journeyed eastward eons prior, transported into the Indian subcontinent during periods of intense religious oppression. Another asserted that esoteric scriptures, concealed gospels, had been bartered for precious nephrite somewhere along the expansive Tarim basin. Each such narrative seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the knights meticulously accumulated these accounts, curating them like rare pearls and weaving them into a grand design of potential truths. They never disregarded such hearsay, for they themselves were the custodians of esoteric knowledge, safeguarding secrets that others deemed utterly impossible. The journey along these ancient caravan routes was undeniably arduous. Days stretched into punishing marches beneath a scorching solar glare, while nights were spent enduring the biting nocturnal breezes of the desert. Tempests of grit would materialize without warning, transforming the atmosphere into a disorienting maelstrom where even the most seasoned combatants could lose their bearings. The Templars placed their implicit reliance upon the caravan guides, men possessing an uncanny ability to decipher the topographical nuances of the arid expanse, locating clandestine water sources where no outsider would ever conceive of searching. To reciprocate this invaluable trust, the knights offered unwavering protection, their concealed blades glinting ominously when marauders launched their assaults. On more than one occasion, a convoy attributed its deliverance from peril to the quiet intensity of these men, who outwardly claimed to be simple traders, but fought with the precision and discipline of a trained legion. The convoys themselves functioned as ambulatory strongholds. Camels conveyed not merely commodities, but also bore clandestine recesses where treasures could be conveyed surreptitiously. Some astute merchants meticulously wrapped esoteric manuscripts within voluminous rolls of precious silk, ensuring the fabric seemed heavier, but nevertheless evaded detection. Others intricately integrated encrypted designs into carpets, transmitting intelligence across vast geographical expanses without the need for a single written word. The Templars observed these ingenious methods with profound fascination, for they mirrored their inherent cryptographic techniques. Sacred symbols embedded within intricate geometrical patterns, communiques veiled within devotional texts, knowledge protected not by physical bulwarks, but by ingenious artistry and subtle craft. It was during these months of transit that the Templars began to hear hushed accounts of an exceptional convoy, unlike any other that traversed the Silk Road. This particular caravan, travelers whispered, transported no mundane merchandise. Its contents were shrouded in profound secrecy, its protectors exhibiting unparalleled fidelity, far surpassing the devotion of any mercenary. Some claimed it bore a sacred artifact of the Buddha, a tiny ossified remnant encased in precious metal. Others speculated that within its chests lay ancient parchments predating vast dominions, documents sealed against the ravages of epochs. Yet, there were also more ominous conjectures suggesting that the caravan conveyed a lineage concealed in overtness, a vital successor whose safeguarding transcended the value of any material wealth, be it gold or silk. The Templars, hearing these narratives reiterated across sprawling urban centers, could not help but wonder if fate itself was summoning them onward. By artfully assimilating into the merchant convoys, the knights not only traversed covertly, but also meticulously charted an intricate web of clandestine confederates. Armenian merchants diligently conveyed their communiques toward the Occident. Sufi adherents transmitted esoteric wisdom via melodic verses and emblematic representations. Followers of the Church of the East, Nestorian Christians, granted them sanctuary within chapels hewn from arid stone. The Templars began to perceive the Silk Road as an immense, boundless sanctuary, a vast cathedral without walls, a place where adherents of diverse doctrines venerated the identical transcendent fount under varied appellations. And yet, peril lurked at every juncture. The Mongols, who had emerged like a tempest across the Asian continent, exerted dominion over immense territories. Their formidable generals possessed the power to conscript whole convoys for their purposes, either plundering their assets entirely or extorting them into destitution through ruinous taxation. The Templars, assiduous in avoiding distrust, sometimes extended their expertise to these military potentates, constructing defensive structures, counseling on commercial endeavors, and even subtly imparting tactics employed in the holy wars. In return, they secured unhindered transit and, on occasion, something a more exceptional boon, admittance to repositories of knowledge where Mongol chroniclers had amassed ancient writings from subjugated realms. One such archive, it was said, contained isolated passages of Manichaean doctrine, vestiges of a creed that had long since disappeared from the Occidental world. Another repository held celestial maps originating from the Middle Kingdom, which charted the firmament with an exactitude unprecedented in European scholarship. The knights meticulously transcribed these documents, secreting them within their travel provisions, as if they were innocuous commercial jottings. To carry such knowledge was a sufficient hazard in itself. To disclose it publicly would have been to incur lethal reprisal from both ecclesiastical and monarchical authorities alike. As the Templars ventured further into the Orient, they became attuned to the cadence of caravan life, the measured progression of dromedaries, the melodic calls of the caravan leaders, the way celestial bodies themselves served as navigational beacons across the desolate expanses. But beneath this established routine, a subdued imperative resonated, a profound sense that a significant discovery beckoned them further along the road. Every new city they encountered, every whispered rumor they absorbed, every hidden chapel they discovered brought them closer to an epiphany they could not yet articulate. They were no longer solely champions of the Occident. They had transformed into something stranger, custodians traversing beneath myriad standards, preservers of enigmas woven into the very essence of the ancient thoroughfare. And with every step they took, they carried not only their personal mystery, but also fragments of innumerable other secrets, accumulating them as convoys collected particulate matter, until the sheer magnitude of these accumulated truths transcended the capacity of any singular institution or ecclesiastical body to encompass. The convoys proceeded onward, traversing serpentine paths across mountainous terrains and arid wastes, conveying aromatic condiments, luxurious fabrics, and intangible enigmas in equal measure. Among them, veiled in particulate matter and profound quietude, the Knights Templar continued their clandestine eastward odyssey, pursuing a path beyond pontifical endorsement and monarchical dominion. There were moments along the Templars' clandestine expedition when the arid expanse would abruptly yield to a verdant haven. And there, nestled amidst clusters of date trees or hewn into precipitous rock faces, they discovered places that appeared to predate recorded history. These were not magnificent stone edifices like the grand cathedrals of Europe, but rather modest, clandestine sanctuaries built by hands that had toiled in quietude, meticulously hidden from the dominant political powers that ruled above them. Within the caverns of the Taklamakan Desert, they encountered murals gradually disintegrating into particulate matter, depicting holy figures whose visages bore both Christian and Buddhist characteristics, attired in vestments that appeared to fuse diverse spiritual customs. Luminaries softly gleamed before sacristies, where emblems of the crucifixion were incised adjacent to sacred aquatic blossoms, as though the builders had perceived no inherent inconsistency in the amalgamation of divergent spiritual realms. The Templars were filled with profound reverence, recognizing that here, spiritual devotion had managed to endure, and indeed thrive, entirely independent of pontifical or sacred city endorsement. In ancient Iran, they entered sanctuaries preserved by Nestorian Christians, their priests dressed in unadorned vestments, uttering supplications in the Aramaic dialect of Syriac. These small holy places were adorned not with precious metal, but with unpretentious sculptures of avian symbols and celestial bodies. One venerable patriarch, whose facial hair cascaded like an icy stream, presented the Templars with a venerable codex encased in deteriorated hide. Its writing recounted an era when apostolic figures had journeyed toward the Orient, conveying doctrines that had flourished distant from imperial scrutiny. The Templars, hearing the familiar rhythms within an alien language, understood that the truth they protected was not confined solely to the Occidental continent. It had long since traversed formidable geographical barriers, crossing mountains and seas. There were even hushed accounts of even more secluded ecclesiastical sites, deeper still within the rugged Armenian highlands and the Indian riverine depressions, where rock facades displayed engravings not in the Roman tongue, but in idioms utterly unfamiliar to the Crusader order. In one settlement situated beside the Indus River, they discovered a sanctuary whose pavement was adorned with celestial motifs. A monk explained that these patterns corresponded with the celestial sphere overhead and that the edifice itself functioned as a cartographic guide leading discerning individuals toward a profounder verity. The Templars deposited votive gifts at the site, perceiving that they had brushed against the periphery of the everlasting. Many of these chapels were protected not by military personnel, but by profound discretion. Their precise sites were transmitted across successive lineages, confided only to spiritual voyagers who demonstrated unwavering reliability. A traveler might hear of one only after extended periods of shared travel on the road, when apprehension had yielded to confidence. To outsiders, they seemed like commonplace grottos or derelict sanctuaries, but within, the atmosphere was redolent with aromatic resins, and the surfaces displayed engraved supplications prohibited in realms under ecclesiastical governance. The Templars began to interpret these places as intermediate halts in their clandestine spiritual journey. In each, they were recalled to the fundamental truth that spiritual belief defied geographical confines or authoritative edicts. In one cavern, they found an unadorned lignum crucis adorned with blossoms. In another, a fresco depicting the Messiah with physiognomy more oriental than occidental, his gaze elongated and tranquil, his benevolent gesture extended over a populace distant from the Roman sea. Each encounter fortified their belief that their fraternity had not been established solely for military engagement, but to preserve enigmas that surpassed the conflicts of monarchs. Some chapels contained sacred artifacts, items of profound veneration transmitted covertly. A piece of fabric purportedly originating from the Holy City. A goblet sculpted from banded chalcedony, filled not with fermented grape juice but with the arid land's liquid during sacred rites. A slab inscribed with texts alluding to esoteric evangelical accounts. The knights did not appropriate these hallowed items, but they committed to memory the supplications murmured above them, bearing those invocations inwardly as if they constituted their personal riches. Yet not every visitor to these sanctuaries arrived with pious respect. There were clandestine agents of vast dominions, eager to reveal concealed truths, to subjugate these peaceful holy places to monarchical authority. The Templars sometimes maintained nocturnal vigilance, enshrouded in darkness, their blades unsheathed solely when tranquility was imperiled. They became invisible custodians of locales both universally owned and proprietarily unassigned. For them, it was a role that resonated less as an obligation and more as a predetermined fate. It was within one of these secluded chapels, nestled amidst the formidable peaks near Samarkand, that they became privy to a narrative which would irrevocably alter the trajectory of their arduous journey. A venerable monk, his voice a hushed murmur no louder than the soft luminescence of a solitary flame, imparted to them a prophecy foretelling the arrival of chivalrous figures from the Occident, marked by the indelible scars of treachery and disillusionment. These knights, he proclaimed, would discover in the Orient not merely a sanctuary from their adversaries, but also profound enlightenment and an unveiling of ancient truths. The prophecy spoke of esoteric knowledge interred within the remote territories beyond the towering ranges, a profound secret shrouded in obscurity for untold generations, now awaiting the advent of valorous custodians destined to perpetuate its legacy. The Templar Knights departed from the sacred edifice under the cloak of night stillness, the biting desert breeze assailing their protective garments. None uttered a single word, yet each understood instinctively that their expedition had transcended the mere act of banishment. They had, in essence, intertwined themselves with an intricate tapestry of fate that extended its intricate patterns across vast land masses, connecting them irrevocably to the pronouncements of sages from epochs long past. And so, with each hidden chapel they encountered, each candle-lit altar meticulously carved in stone, the Templars bore forth not solely their personal enigmatic burdens, but also those of myriads of devout individuals whose legacies had faded from collective memory. The path stretching before them remained shrouded in ambiguity, yet they traversed it with unwavering resolve, recognizing themselves as custodians of recondite knowledge that transcended the boundaries of earthly realms and the relentless march of temporal existence. The ancient Silk Road unfurled itself before the Templar Knights, akin to an expansive serpentine waterway composed of ochre sands and boundless potential, meandering through arid wastes, formidable mountain ranges, and bustling urban centers where diverse tongues intermingled with the force of crashing breakers. Convoys of merchants groaned audibly beneath the substantial loads of opulent silks, exotic spices, and precious gemstones. Their melodious chimes resonated delicately upon the parched currents of air. Yet beneath the vibrant commotion of commerce and the dazzling allure of material prosperity, there coursed underlying currents of immense antiquity, streams of esoteric wisdom, of clandestine information exchanged surreptitiously, much like illicit currency under the veil of darkness. The Templars proceeded incognito, their distinctive white military cloaks carefully concealed, their formidable blades secreted beneath unassuming outer garments. Integrating seamlessly with the itinerant traders, the Templars adopted the very guise of merchants, assimilating the intricate art of negotiation for bales of fine textiles and sacks of pungent peppercorns. Their inherently dignified voices, once resonant with command, modulated to the hushed inflections of commercial exchange and clandestine discourse. Nevertheless, their gazes maintained an unwavering watchfulness, seeking indications that the thoroughfare bore more than mere commodities, that it conveyed subtle intimations of the profound enigmas that formed the essence of their quest. Upon reaching Samarkand, they encountered an urban marvel that transcended the definition of a mere location, appearing instead as a vibrant, breathing compendium of human experience. Exquisite minarets ascended majestically towards the firmament, their glazed ceramic surfaces gleaming with the ethereal brilliance of celestial bodies, while the bustling bazaars reverberated with a cacophony of tongues emanating from every remote quarter of the civilized globe. In one bustling corner, a Venetian merchant plied his trade, offering delicate glass beads to a distinguished Mongol chieftain. Elsewhere, a learned Persian academic engaged in fervent discourse with an astute Indian wayfarer, seeking respite beneath the dappled canopy of a venerable fig tree. The Templar Knights observed with profound discretion, silently assimilating disparate morsels of wisdom and discerning the subtle, unseen linkages that bound together geographically remote territories. Within the hallowed scriptoriums of Samarkand, vigilantly overseen by erudite scholars whose gazes radiated the intense fervor of intellectual pursuit, they encountered ancient manuscripts whose very existence appeared to defy conventional understanding. Venerable scrolls, meticulously inscribed in the Hellenic tongue, elucidated philosophical tenets long believed to have vanished from the intellectual landscape of Occidental civilization. Elaborate medical dissertations detailed therapeutic remedies entirely unfamiliar in the Western world, employing botanical ingredients meticulously harvested from the precipitous inclines of the Himalayan range. Furthermore, within a secured inner sanctum, they were presented with a fragile parchment that referenced a sacred lineage transported towards the Orient, a particular phrase that profoundly resonated within their innermost beings. The ancient calligraphy was profoundly aged, its characters intricately winding like tendrils of an ancient vine. And despite the presenting scholar's earnest assertion of ignorance regarding its profound significance, the Templar Knights immediately perceived within its cryptic message a resonant reverberation of their own clandestine mission. Venturing further eastward to the vibrant city of Kashgar, they arrived at a bustling morning market as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, where skilled merchants meticulously displayed richly woven carpets, adorned with enigmatic symbols that struck them as eerily recognizable. Intricate designs featuring crosses interwoven within circles and celestial stars gracefully intersecting with heraldic lilies bore an uncanny resemblance to the sacred emblems meticulously etched into the very stones of Templar sanctuaries across Europe. Upon inquiring about the genesis of these distinctive patterns, the local artisans responded with indifferent gestures, explaining that such designs had been transmitted through their maternal ancestors, who themselves had acquired the knowledge from enigmatic wayfarers traversing the region many generations prior. It was a profound realization, suggesting that an ethereal precursor of their very brotherhood had traversed these ancient routes long before their own physical journey began. As dusk descended, gathering around the flickering warmth of caravan campfires, the Templar Knights became attentive recipients of captivating narratives. They heard accounts of ascetic monks who had traversed vast, desolate expanses, safeguarding esoteric gospels. Ancient legends recounted a sacred chalice that had reposed within a metropolis consumed by the shifting sands of time, and hushed rumors circulated concerning Western chivalric figures who had embarked on an eastward odyssey centuries prior, their ultimate destinies shrouded in impenetrable mystery. Regardless of their verifiability as fact or their classification as folklore, these narratives were imparted with a solemn veneration that instilled within the knights a profound conviction that their arduous expedition was not a solitary endeavor. However, the famed Silk Road presented an array of perils alongside its opportunities. Marauding brigands habitually concealed themselves amidst the undulating sand dunes, poised to launch sudden assaults upon exhausted wayfarers. On one particular occasion, beneath a sky devoid of lunar illumination, the Templar contingent galloped forth to safeguard a convoy of Chinese traders whose laden wagons had been ambushed by predatory assailants. Their polished swords, wielded with formidable skill, glinted with the sudden ephemeral brilliance of fractured lightning bolts. And while the chivalrous warriors refrained from disclosing their authentic affiliations, the rescued merchants recounted tales of spectral, white-clad figures who battled with the might of a legion. Such captivating narratives, circulating surreptitiously through bustling marketplaces and convivial inns, incrementally contributed to the burgeoning legend of spectral protectors vigilant along the ancient arteries of commerce. Ascending into the rarefied atmosphere of the Pamir's lofty mountain passes, where the very air grew thin and the celestial luminaries appeared almost within grasp, the Templar Knights uncovered yet another profound enigma. An experienced caravan master led them to a sacred grotto meticulously hewn from the living rock, its interior walls adorned with intricate celestial constellations, illuminated by the gentle undulations of oil lamps. The sagacious leader elucidated, "This constitutes the true cartography of our route, yet it originates not from terrestrial origins, but from the celestial expanse." The Templars remained in contemplative silence, comprehending that these intrepid merchants had charted their arduous courses not merely by discernible geographical features and established pathways, but by the immutable arrangements of the firmament itself. This profound insight resonated deeply with hushed conjectures prevalent within their own fraternity, which posited that the very architectural blueprint of their temple had been conceived in harmonious alignment with cosmic principles, as if the terrestrial realm and the celestial sphere were intrinsically interwoven components of a singular, overarching cosmic blueprint. However, the most profound enigma inherent to the fabled Silk Road transcended its valuable commodities, its inherent perils, or its numerous sacred sanctuaries. It resided, rather, in the seamless and enduring continuum of interconnectedness. This thoroughfare unveiled a global tapestry where intellectual concepts could traverse vast distances with the unhindered grace of flowing silk, where profound secrets could bridge entire continents, ingeniously veiled as captivating narratives, melodic compositions, or enigmatic pictograms. The Templar Knights, navigating with unobtrusive discretion through this vibrant, living artery of communication, came to grasp that their overarching mission was not solely to safeguard tangible artifacts, but rather to preserve the subtle, interwoven strands that intricately unified diverse human civilizations. During one particular evening, as their encampment lay beneath an expansive celestial vault, studded with innumerable stars, a learned savant accompanying their contingent intoned a poetic verse in a dialect utterly unfamiliar to the chivalric order. He elucidated that the verse spoke of a sacred vessel, not fashioned from inert stone, but rather imbued with the essence of living flesh and blood, transported towards the eastern lands by individuals seeking sanctuary from relentless oppression. A silent, knowing exchange of gazes passed amongst the knights. The profound resonance of these pronouncements with their own concealed knowledge rendered them impossible to disregard. They pondered with profound introspection. Could it be that the revered Holy Grail itself, conceived not as a material artifact, but as an enduring, living lineage, had traversed these very pathways centuries prior to their own expedition? The ancient Silk Road continued its westward trajectory, drawing the Templars ever deeper into the vast expanse of Asia. Yet, more profoundly, it immersed them within the intricate currents of an enigma that defied containment within the confines of a singular territory or religious doctrine. Each vibrant city, every hallowed sanctuary, and every subtly murmured legend collectively appeared to converge upon a transcendent truth, one far exceeding the mere aggregation of its individual components. The chivalrous contingent pressed onward, their spirits burdened with unresolved inquiries, their movements seemingly directed by the spectral outlines of an inescapable fate, as if the very thoroughfare itself were inexorably pulling them towards a momentous unveiling poised just beyond the visible periphery of their journey. Upon reaching the secluded valleys of Tibet, the atmospheric pressure noticeably diminished. The towering mountain ranges ascended to unprecedented heights, and an encompassing stillness descended, far surpassing any tranquility the Templars had previously encountered. The pristine snow, resembling finely crushed crystal, sparkled resplendently upon the formidable summits that seemed to pierce the very vault of heaven, while vibrant prayer flags danced gracefully in the brisk wind, their sacred inscriptions carrying ancient mantras into the boundless expanse of the firmament. The Templar knights, physically and mentally fatigued from their arduous months-long passage across the Silk Road, discovered themselves traversing a domain utterly distinct from any they had previously witnessed, a mystical realm where the conventional flow of time appeared to halt, and where each ancient stone seemed to murmur profound secrets of timelessness. Within this ethereal landscape, they came upon the venerable monastic order entrusted with the vigilant guardianship of ancient, concealed sutras. Their sacred monastery, a beacon of serenity, appeared to adhere precariously to the sheer face of a towering cliff, resembling a solitary white ember against the rugged stone. Its interior walls were adorned with intricate sacred murals, and its expansive halls reverberated with the profound, resonant drone of spiritual chants that seemed to stir the very core of one's being. The benevolent monks extended an unreserved welcome to the foreign travelers, presenting them with steaming bowls of buttered tea, a comforting warmth against the pervasive mountain cold, and generously providing sanctuary within their hallowed precincts. The Templar knights divulged scant information regarding their identities or origins, yet the sagacious monks appeared to possess an innate ability to perceive beyond unspoken words, as if their penetrating gazes could effortlessly pierce through layers of intentional concealment. As night enveloped the monastery, within chambers softly illuminated by the gentle glow of yak butter lamps, the knights were presented with venerable scrolls of such immense antiquity that their fragile parchment surfaces began to disintegrate with the slightest tactile contact. These constituted the legendary hidden sutras, sacred writings reputed to encompass not solely the profound doctrines of the Buddha, but also wisdom of an even more remote epoch, fragmented insights meticulously safeguarded through millennia. Even as vast empires collapsed and magnificent cities succumbed to ruin and decay. The serene monks elucidated, speaking in tranquil tones, that these precious sutras had been laboriously transported across formidable mountain ranges by itinerant spiritual seekers, meticulously preserved not for the acquisition of temporal authority, but for the inviolable protection of ultimate veracity. A singular scroll among the collection, however, commanded the knight's profound attention, eliciting an audible gasp of astonishment. It cryptically referenced a song, a term whose precise meaning remained elusive within the lexicon of the Tibetan language. Yet its subsequent translation revealed a descriptive narrative that strikingly mirrored a venerable legend intimately known to the chivalrous order. This spoke of a sacred vessel, not composed of mere earthly clay, but imbued with the vibrant essence of living spirit, perpetually bearing a hallowed legacy across diverse geographical terrains. A profound question arose within their minds. Could this astonishing congruence be mere happenstance? Or had the subtle intimations of the Holy Grail's existence permeated even this remote sanctuary, borne hither by the very same enigmatic currents of destiny that had inexorably propelled the knights themselves towards the Orient? The sagacious monks imparted their wisdom not primarily through didactic exposition, but rather through experiential demonstration. They guided the Templar knights into cavernous meditation chambers, where the very atmosphere throbbed with the profound reverberations of low, sonorous chants, voices intertwining harmoniously, akin to diverse rivers merging into an immense ocean of auditory sensation. The vibrational resonance proved so potent that the knights perceived its profound impact within their very skeletal structures, as though the ancient stones supporting them pulsed with an unseen, vital energy. They received an invitation to assume a seated posture, to engage in conscious respiration, and to permit the profound stillness to become their instructor. And in that moment, for the inaugural time since the catastrophic dissolution of their revered order, the knights experienced not the oppressive burden of banishment, but rather an uncustomary, radiant tranquility that permeated their beings. During the ensuing days, the knights gradually assimilated fragments of the esoteric knowledge practiced by the cloistered monks. They delved into intricate charts of the celestial spheres, meticulously designed to align with the sacred geometry of temple windows, revealing a profound understanding of cosmic order. They studied elaborate diagrams of the human form, intricately traced with depictions of subtle energy currents, invisible to the unaided eye, yet vital to life. Furthermore, they received precise instructions for ancient breathing techniques, capable of instilling profound tranquility in the heart and sharpening the faculties of the mind. While the Templars found themselves grappling with the full profundity of these teachings, an intuitive recognition stirred within them. This wisdom, they perceived, belonged to the same elevated spiritual echelon as their own sacred mysteries, merely another distinct pathway converging towards the same ultimate pinnacle of truth. Yet, the venerable sutras preserved within the monastery were not exclusively devoted to concepts of peace and enlightenment. In a concealed chamber, accessible only through formidable doors secured with vibrant red cords, the monks unveiled ancient scrolls that recounted epic conflicts predating recorded history. These narratives detailed ceaseless recurring battles between formidable forces of radiant light and encroaching darkness, perpetually locked in an unresolved cosmic struggle. One particular manuscript vividly depicted guardians of sacred artifacts, not altogether unlike the Templars themselves, who had been entrusted with safeguarding invaluable treasures of the spirit. Another text spoke of a profound prophecy foretelling the arrival, one distant day, of enigmatic strangers from far-off lands, who would journey forth not driven by the impulse of conquest, but compelled by an insatiable yearning for that which had long been hidden. The knights absorbed these revelations in profound silence, their customary stoicism momentarily giving way to deep introspection. Throughout their lives, they had been steadfast in their conviction that their mission was singular, a divine mandate uniquely bestowed upon their venerable order by the heavens themselves. Yet, here, spanning vast mountain ranges and diverse cultural landscapes, they discovered astonishing reflections of their own sacred calling within an entirely distinct spiritual tradition. They encountered others who were also guardians, seekers, and protectors of profound wisdom. The question began to resonate within them. Was their chosen path not an isolated endeavor, but rather an integral component of an infinitely grander design? A sprawling, intricate web of clandestine custodians, each diligently preserving a precious fragment of a universal, holistic truth, stretching across the entire known world. One particular evening, as delicate veils of snow descended in hushed quietude, the venerable abbot of the monastery guided the Templars to a secluded cavern nestled high above the tranquil valley. Inside, the ancient walls were adorned with mesmerizing painted visions, intricate circles interwoven within larger circles, ethereal flames gracefully encircling a sacred lotus, and at the very heart of these depictions, a chalice radiating an incandescent light. The knights gazed in utter astonishment, for the depicted image was unmistakably that of the Grail, a symbol they had long pursued. The abbot, a faint, knowing smile gracing his lips, gently clarified that it was not intended as a mere physical vessel, but rather as an enduring symbol of life's eternal continuity, passed down reverently from one generation to the next. "The true cup," he declared, his voice resonating with ancient wisdom, "resides within you." These profound words pierced the Templars more deeply than any sharpened blade. Their lives had been consumed by the arduous pursuit of elusive relics across treacherous seas, by the solemn guardianship of priceless treasures entombed within impregnable stone vaults, and by the willing sacrifice of their very lives for objects believed to possess immense power. Yet, here in the rarefied atmosphere of the towering mountains, they were confronted with the startling truth that the authentic Grail was not an external object to be possessed, but an internal verity to be embodied and lived. However, even as they grappled with this overwhelming sense of awe, a disquieting shadow of apprehension lingered. The abbot issued a solemn warning. Such profound knowledge, he cautioned, was perpetually imperiled by ambitious kings who sought to subjugate it, by fearful priests who actively suppressed it, and by unscrupulous men who would inevitably distort its essence for their own nefarious ends. "You must carry the weight of what you have witnessed," he imparted, his gaze steady. "Not with the intent of ownership, but with the sacred duty to safeguard its luminous flame until the opportune moment arrives." When the knights eventually prepared for their departure, the benevolent monks offered them no tangible relic, no ancient scroll to serve as empirical proof of their extraordinary journey. Instead, they bestowed upon each knight a single, intricately woven knot of thread, dyed in the vibrant hues of red, yellow, green, blue, and white, the very colors of the prayer flags that fluttered ceaselessly above the monastery. "This," the abbot explained, his voice imbued with spiritual gravitas, "is not a token of verification, but a sacred remembrance. Carry it, and the very road itself will acknowledge and remember you." The Templars rode away beneath the imposing, silent sentinels of the looming peaks, their hearts now laden not with definitive answers, but with questions far more profound than any they had previously contemplated. They had embarked on a quest for external knowledge and, instead, had discovered profound internal mirrors reflecting universal truths. They had diligently searched for a tangible relic, and in its stead had found an illuminating revelation. And though the majestic mountains gradually receded into the distance behind them, the ethereal echoes of the monks' resonant chants seemed to accompany their journey, humming softly through the very rhythm of their horses' hooves, propelling them onward towards destinies still shrouded in impenetrable shadow. The company of knights descended from the lofty Tibetan highlands into verdant valleys that thrummed with the vibrant pulse of burgeoning life. The ambient air grew perceptibly warmer. The landscape blossomed into a richer tapestry of green, and before long, they found themselves standing at a pivotal threshold where disparate worlds seamlessly converged. Here lay the legendary Silk Road, an immense artery of both commerce and whispered narratives, where endless caravans of camels plodded steadily in elongated formations, their melodic bells chiming like distant, faint prayers, laden not only with precious silk, exotic spices, and shimmering glass, but also with untold secrets. This ancient thoroughfare was far more than a mere conduit for material goods. It functioned as a flowing river of innovative ideas, diverse faiths, and hushed whispers that permeated and subtly influenced every remote corner of the known world. The Templars, who had once served as the steadfast guardians of Europe's sacred roots, now transformed into intrepid wanderers navigating this infinitely vaster, interconnected web of humanity. They were no longer the recognizable knights of formidable stone fortresses or the commanders of crusader encampments, but rather cloaked riders expertly blending into the bustling caravans, their distinctive armor meticulously concealed beneath layers of unassuming cloth, their sacred symbols obscured beneath a fine layer of dust. Yet, even in the observant eyes of discerning merchants and devout pilgrims, they continued to exude an undeniable aura of mystery, as though others instinctively sensed they carried within them something profoundly rare and significant. As they traversed the winding thoroughfare, they repeatedly encountered intriguing echoes of their own narrative. In the vibrant markets beneath soaring domes adorned with shimmering turquoise tiles, erudite Muslim traders spoke in hushed tones of clandestine brotherhoods sworn to the solemn protection of ancient knowledge, wisdom predating the reigns of even the most venerable kings. In rustic roadside inns, eloquent Chinese scholars recited lyrical poems celebrating immortal sages who partook from exquisite cups of jade, vessels reputed to bestow profound wisdom rather than mere libations of wine. Even ragged, wandering mystics, muttering enigmatic prophecies to the passing wind, spoke of a fiery chalice, vigilantly guarded by enigmatic men hailing from the distant west. The knights slowly began to grasp that their own burgeoning legend had, in fact, preceded them, intricately woven into the very fabric of the Silk Road, much like another precious commodity. However, the expansive road was also fraught with peril and ubiquitous danger. Marauding bandits ceaselessly haunted its desolate stretches, launching swift, brutal attacks from rocky outcrops and hidden crevices. Imposing Mongol patrols frequently demanded tribute, their keen eyes sharply scrutinizing travelers for any hint of spies or subversive elements. Rival secret orders lurked perpetually in the shadows, unseen yet undeniably present, the formidable assassins of Persia, the enigmatic secret societies of China, and the veiled agents dispatched by distant, powerful courts. The knights rode beneath self-imposed banners of silence, acutely aware that a single misstep could expose them to the scrutiny of enemies, both ancient and newly encountered. At the advent of night, the bustling road would dramatically transform into a vibrant theater illuminated by flickering firelight. Caravans instinctively circled their wagons, forming protective bastions against the unknown. Fires blazed defiantly against the encroaching desert chill, and a cacophony of voices mingled in dozens of disparate tongues. The Templars would typically position themselves slightly apart, listening intently. A shrewd trader might recount tales of fabled cities paved with gleaming gold, situated far to the east. A solitary monk might speak reverently of a sacred mountain where the celestial realm touched the earthly plane. A seasoned traveler from India might whisper of a luminous jewel, secreted away within a forgotten temple, one that glowed with an uncanny, inherent vitality. Each narrative, a mere fragment, represented a shimmering shard of a much grander mosaic, subtly hinting at profound universal truths thinly dispersed across countless nations. It was within one such bustling encampment that the knights encountered an enigmatic shadow. A cloaked figure approached them with an unnerving lack of hesitation, as if he had been patiently awaiting their arrival. His face remained entirely obscured, his voice a low, resonant murmur, yet his words struck with an almost surgical precision. You seek that which cannot be physically carried. You pursue that which cannot be truly owned. He spoke of the Grail not as a tangible relic, but rather as an infinite road itself, ceaselessly winding, perpetually leading onward. When they pressed him for his identity, he simply replied, "A traveler," and then dissolved effortlessly back into the thronging crowd, vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared. They never beheld him again. Days seamlessly stretched into weeks, and the arduous road itself became a profound mirror, reflecting back the inherent dualities of their journey. For every genuine treasure, there invariably existed a cunning thief. For every revered holy man, there was a deceptive charlatan. For every authentic fragment of wisdom, a skillfully crafted counterfeit. The knights gradually honed their ability to discern truth, not primarily through spoken words, but by the profound weight of silence that invariably followed genuine revelation. When a story left them feeling restless and unsettled, they swiftly dismissed it. When a narrative left them utterly hushed and contemplative, they held it close to their hearts. In the magnificent city of Samarkand, beneath towering minarets that shimmered like polished spears of sapphire, they ventured into sprawling bazaars where ancient scrolls from Byzantium lay alongside sacred sutras from India, where the intoxicating perfumes of Arabia intermingled with the ethereal incense of China. Here, they caught a fleeting glimpse of what their venerable order had long envisioned, a true crossroads where the diverse cultures of East and West intricately entwined. Yet even in this vibrant hub of convergence, the persistent shadows continued to follow their every move. A clandestine message eventually reached them, meticulously scrolled upon a delicate scrap of silk that had been surreptitiously slipped into their personal belongings. Your brethren are under surveillance. The West has not forgotten you. The chilling words sent a shiver down their spines, even though vast oceans and formidable deserts physically separated them from the distant lands of Europe. The far-reaching influence of kings and popes still extended its tendrils along the intricate veins of the Silk Road. Somewhere amidst the myriad of merchants and monks, there were unseen eyes diligently reporting back across the vast expanse of the world. The Templars were no longer merely fugitives confined to the West. They were, in a profound and unsettling realization, fugitives everywhere. Despite the omnipresent threats, the road generously offered moments of sublime wonder. They traversed immense deserts where the stars blazed with an unparalleled intensity, appearing like cascading rivers of fire, far more brilliant than any sky they had ever witnessed. They journeyed through breathtaking valleys, where the wind sang haunting melodies through ancient stone arches, meticulously carved by the hands of forgotten civilizations. They found respite in caravanserai, whose weathered walls were etched with the names of countless travelers who had passed through before them, centuries of pilgrims leaving their indelible marks like spectral shadows upon the enduring stone. In these profound moments, the knights felt simultaneously diminished by the immense scale of history and eternally connected, carried forward by a powerful current far older than their own individual story. Yet the elusive Grail perpetually pressed upon their minds, no longer as a tangible relic, but as an insistent, unanswered question. Could its ultimate secret truly be concealed amidst these ceaseless currents of trade and the relentless march of time? Or had their tireless pursuit been merely a chase after fleeting echoes, ethereal reflections cast upon the constantly shifting sands of memory? The Silk Road, in its vastness, offered no definitive answers, only an infinite array of diverging paths. And so, the knights pressed onward, their figures gradually dissolving into the pervasive dust, fading into the endless horizon, faithfully following a trail that seemed paradoxically to lead everywhere and nowhere all at once. The ever-present shadows moved silently and watchfully alongside them, as though the very road itself were a living entity, perpetually testing their unwavering resolve. The further eastward the Templars journeyed, the more the world unveiled its hidden, mystical portals. The ancient road propelled them beyond the arid expanses of Central Asia, guiding them through treacherous mountain passes and across fertile, sprawling plains, until the very air grew heavy with the sweet, pervasive scent of incense, and the cacophony of languages surrounding them shifted and flowed like meandering rivers. Here, amidst an enchanting landscape dotted with soaring pagodas, sacred shrines, and resplendent temples glowing softly with the warm, inviting light of lanterns, they encountered a diverse array of men and women who appeared to exist outside the conventional grasp of time itself. These were mystics whose entire lives were devoted not to the pursuit of earthly crowns or the fervor of crusades, but to the profound, ineffable mysteries of the human soul. The Templar Knights, on their eastward quest, initially found repose and welcome at a remarkable monastery, intricately carved into the sheer face of a towering mountain. Within its hallowed walls, vibrant murals depicted mythical dragons and serene lotus flowers unfurling their petals upon tranquil pools, a testament to an ancient, profound artistry. The resident monks, adorned in robes of brilliant saffron and deep crimson, greeted the weary warriors with profound bows, extending hospitality in the form of simple rice and restorative tea. To the heavily armored knights, these spiritual men appeared utterly unarmed and vulnerable, yet their eyes held an arresting depth, a piercing insight that seemed to effortlessly penetrate the formidable layers of secrecy and martial resolve the Templars typically maintained. As dusk painted the mountain peaks, the monks guided their guests into a grand hall where colossal bronze bells hung suspended, gleaming like celestial moons. The very air within the chamber vibrated with resonant energy as these magnificent instruments were struck, unleashing waves of sound that appeared to echo not just in the ears, but deep within the very bones of those who stood listening. Amidst this resonant stillness, an elder monk, his countenance a tapestry of wisdom etched with lines like ancient folded parchment, addressed the knights with a voice of gentle inquiry. "You embark upon a search for a vessel," he mused, "but might the true vessel not be the very body you inhabit? And is not the profound treasure you endeavor to guard, in truth, the animating breath that flows through the existence of all men?" His queries, devoid of any hint of accusation, were delivered with such quiet authority that they left the battle-hardened Templars in an uncharacteristic and profound silence, forcing them to confront a perspective far removed from their material quest. Not long thereafter, their journey led them into a secluded valley, where dense bamboo forests swayed and rustled, their collective whispers sounding like the murmuring of restless, unseen spirits. Here, they encountered another enigmatic mystic, a solitary wanderer whose only raiment was a simple, unadorned robe, and whose sole possession appeared to be a staff of gnarled, ancient wood. This wanderer spoke to them of the Tao, an elusive concept describing a path so fundamental it defied naming, a powerful, unseen current that flowed beneath the surface of all existence. To him, the legendary Grail was neither a tangible relic nor a sacred bloodline, but rather an intrinsic current of universal harmony, accessible to humanity only when they relinquished their desperate need to grasp and possess. If one clenches too tightly, he imparted with quiet conviction, this life-giving stream inevitably slips away. But if you choose to walk in accord with its flow, it will unfailingly carry you precisely where you are destined to go. Among the company of knights, some whose spirits were hardened by countless battles and sharpened by years of relentless pursuit, summarily dismissed such profound utterances as nothing more than obscure riddles, irrelevant to their tangible mission. Yet, for others, something deep within their souls began to stir, as if these enigmatic strangers were meticulously peeling back layers of long-held assumptions, revealing truths they had never before dared to contemplate. A disquieting question began to form. Could it be that the Grail's profound secret was never intended to be encased in unyielding stone or fiercely protected by gleaming swords, but rather to be breathed, lived, and experienced in the profound silence of existence itself? In the passage of time, the Templars eventually arrived at a temple garden of breathtaking beauty, where the delicate petals of cherry blossoms drifted gently to the earth, resembling a silent, pink snowfall. There they bore witness to a ritual unlike anything they had ever encountered in their Western world. Candles burned in meticulously arranged patterns, their flames casting dancing shadows, while fragrant incense spiraled gracefully into the deepening night. Robed figures moved with deliberate grace, tracing intricate circles upon the hallowed ground. It was whispered that this was a sacred nexus, a place where the divine heavens intimately touched the human heart, where those who cultivated a keen sense of listening might truly apprehend the voice of eternity. One particular knight, whose steadfast faith had been rigorously tested and reshaped by his arduous years of exile and relentless quest, knelt amidst the falling blossoms. In that moment, he experienced a profound stillness, a sensation far transcending ordinary prayer, as if the very soil beneath him held the ancient, unspoken memory of a primordial secret. Intriguingly, the mystics with whom they conversed never once inquired about the knights' identities or the precise nature of the sacred burden they carried. Instead, they regarded the Templars with an unnerving knowingness, as if the warriors were not mere strangers, but integral participants in an unfolding saga that had begun its grand narrative long before the venerable Templar order itself was ever conceived. "Your destined path is but a segment of a greater circle," one venerable sage murmured with gentle wisdom. "Share, and it is the immutable nature of circles to always return to their origin." However, not every encounter during their extensive travels proved to be peaceful or enlightening. In a windswept, desolate province, the knights stumbled upon a sect of extreme ascetics whose rigorous and often perilous practices bordered on the fanatical. These individuals fervently believed that true enlightenment could only be achieved through the most severe extremes: prolonged starvation, intense physical pain, and the complete shedding of all earthly, fleshly ties. Their leader, a figure both gaunt and formidable, his eyes burning with an almost fevered intensity, claimed to possess knowledge of a powerful relic capable of altering the very destiny of empires. He offered to disclose its hidden resting place, but only if the knights submitted themselves to his arduous and dangerous trials. The Templars, sensing a disturbing madness in his fervent gaze and extreme demands, prudently declined his offer. Yet, as they rode away from that desolate place, a lingering question gnawed at their collective consciousness. Had he, in his delirium, truly spoken a profound truth, or was he merely another ephemeral shadow cast by the world's ceaseless and often destructive obsession with power? Through the cumulative experience of each successive encounter, the knights gradually began to discern a recurring pattern in the mystics' messages. Every spiritual guide they met articulated their insights in a language of profound riddles, speaking of elusive vessels, intricate paths, and cyclical journeys. Yet never once did they employ the concrete, tangible terms that the Templars so desperately longed for. None could present them with a literal cup, an ancient scroll, or a verifiable relic that would unequivocally prove the worthiness of their arduous search. Instead, these encounters consistently left them with a profound array of questions, each one heavier and more significant than any of the material treasures they had once meticulously hoarded within the impregnable walls of their western fortresses. The Grail, it increasingly appeared, existed in a paradoxical state. It was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Its essence could be perceived in the profound stillness emanating from a temple bell, in the hushed tranquility of a bamboo grove, or in the delicate, silent descent of a cherry blossom. And yet, this very elusiveness, the fact that it could not be physically grasped or possessed, paradoxically served to propel the knights further into their quest. Their mission had initially commenced with the tangible objectives of swords and gold, driven by conventional, material aspirations. But now, it was subtly unfolding in the profound silence of contemplation, in the ethereal wisps of incense smoke, and in the contemplation of symbols too vast and all-encompassing for any single individual or order to ever truly claim as their own. As the Templars eventually departed these mystical eastern lands, carrying within them the resonant voices of monks, sages, and solitary wanderers, they discovered a profound and undeniable transformation within themselves. Their heavy armor now felt even more burdensome, perhaps laden with new insights, and their carefully guarded secrets seemed unexpectedly fragile, exposed to a broader truth. Yet, concomitantly, their collective vision had expanded immeasurably. The East had not bestowed upon them the tangible grail they had sought, but it had imparted something far more profound, something they could not yet articulate or fully comprehend. It was a nascent understanding that their arduous journey was no longer solely about the acquisition or possession of an object, but rather about a profound, internal revelation. And still, somewhere beyond the distant horizon, persistent whispers continued to beckon, whispers of a majestic mountain perpetually hidden within swirling clouds, of ancient scrolls meticulously guarded by sages far older than any earthly kingdom, and of a final, ultimate threshold where the Grail might, at long last, be unveiled. The knights, now irrevocably altered, pressed onward, the mystics' enigmatic words echoing like distant, guiding bells within the chambers of their minds, pulling them ever deeper into the intricate labyrinth of their fated destiny. The arduous road leading further eastward ushered the Templars into a realm utterly distinct from any landscape they had ever known. The familiar rolling plains and the relentless desert winds of their previous travels vanished, replaced by an overwhelming panorama. Before them rose colossal mountains, so immense in their scale that they appeared to be the very foundational walls of heaven itself. Their jagged peaks were perpetually crowned in pristine, eternal white, their majestic summits glowing with an ethereal light, like embers still smoldering beneath the descent of the sun. These were the formidable Himalayas, a land steeped in mysticism, often deemed impassable and widely whispered to be the sacred abode of ancient gods. The commencement of this new leg of their journey began at the foot of deep valleys, where powerful rivers cascaded forth from ancient glaciers, their waters astonishingly cold and pure, gleaming like polished crystal. Small, resilient villages clung precariously to the rugged mountain slopes, their roofs constructed from sturdy stone and timber, often draped with vibrant prayer flags that fluttered ceaselessly in the crisp mountain winds. The knights, despite being hardened by countless years of arduous travel and perilous campaigns, felt an unexpected sense of diminishment here, as if every single step they took was meticulously observed and measured by the unseen gazes of ancient watchers residing in the towering heights. Even their sturdy horses, usually steadfast, grew visibly uneasy, their breath pluming into the frigid air like transient wisps of smoke. As they steadily ascended, the path grew increasingly narrow and perilous, twisting treacherously along the edges of sheer cliffs, where even a single, ill-judged misstep would inevitably cast them into abysses of such profound depth that no human being could possibly survive the fall. Distant avalanches rumbled like thunder, their echoes reverberating through the vast emptiness, and the sky itself seemed to draw nearer, its countless stars burning with an intense luminosity, resembling the watchful eyes of ancient, celestial guardians. The nights were characterized by a bitter, unforgiving cold, so fierce in its intensity that even the tempered steel of their armor and weapons felt brittle and fragile to the touch. Yet, With each successive dawn, the rising sun unveiled vistas of such sublime and breathtaking beauty that the Templars often felt their heavy burdens momentarily lighten. The sprawling world beneath them unfurled like a vast, exquisitely illuminated manuscript, with deep valleys inked in profound shadow and towering peaks edged in the brilliant, fiery hues of the rising sun. In the depths of one particularly secluded gorge, they encountered a community of reclusive hermits who had carved their austere dwellings directly into the forbidding cliffs. These ascetics, wrapped in coarse woolen robes, their faces weathered and darkened by years of exposure to the elements, communicated through resonant chants that rolled like distant thunder, yet paradoxically conveyed a profound and unsettling serenity. They extended gestures of unexpected kindness to the knights, offering them small yak butter lamps to ward off the gloom and bowls of steaming, nourishing broth, acts of human warmth in a stark world that often seemed intent on stripping all men bare of their comforts. One venerable hermit, his long beard as white and pristine as the surrounding snows, slowly traced a perfect circle upon the stone floor with his finger. "What you ardently seek lies beyond," he intoned softly, his voice barely a whisper. But understand that beyond does not invariably signify forward. His words, like so many enigmatic pronouncements before, served as both a veiled warning and a profound, perplexing riddle. Venturing still further into the heart of the mountains, the Templars unexpectedly stumbled upon a monastery majestically perched upon a narrow ridge, resembling a crown of ancient stone against the vast sky. Its external walls were adorned with vibrant murals depicting luminous, otherworldly beings, some possessing multiple arms, others with faces that simultaneously conveyed both serene tranquility and terrifying power. Inside the sacred edifice, the air was thick and heavy with the pervasive scent of incense, and the low, continuous murmur of chanting monks resonated deeply, like the steady, hidden heartbeat of the mountain itself. The resident monks welcomed them not as mere strangers, but with an air of profound familiarity, as if the Templars were long-anticipated pilgrims whose arrival had been foreseen. Ancient scrolls were meticulously unrolled before their astonished eyes, filled with intricate, curved scripts that none of the Western knights could decipher. Letters that seemed to flow like meandering rivers across the aged parchment. One particular scroll, the monks explained through a series of eloquent gestures and patient indications, recounted the tale of a powerful relic brought to these remote lands long ago by intrepid travelers from distant, forgotten realms. It spoke of a vessel, radiant and miraculously unbroken, meticulously concealed within the very folds and hidden recesses of the mountains themselves. The Templars exchanged quick, meaningful glances, a silent question passing between them. Could this truly be the legendary Grail, carried eastward even before their own order had assumed its sacred guardianship? Or was it merely another profound symbol, another resonant echo of the elusive truth they had journeyed so far and sacrificed so much to discover? Days imperceptibly bled into weeks as the knights continued their relentless ascent, crossing increasingly higher and more treacherous mountain passes. Blinding snowstorms often obscured their vision, and the biting frost painfully burned their exposed skin. Yet, in the profound stillness of the nights, beneath skies ablaze with an unimaginable multitude of stars, some of the knights swore they could discern faint voices carried on the wind. whispers that sounded like ancient chants, subtly calling them ever onward, guiding them towards something that perpetually lingered just beyond their tangible reach. The mountains themselves seemed imbued with a living presence, not merely inert formations of stone and ice, but a vibrant, breathing threshold between distinct, perhaps even spiritual worlds. One particular evening, as the western horizon blazed with an incandescent display of gold and crimson, a sudden and ferocious storm forced the weary Templars to seek urgent shelter within a cavernous cave. There, in the dim light of their torches, they discovered strange and ancient carvings etched into the rough stone walls, intricate spirals, familiar crosses, and enigmatic shapes that bore a striking resemblance to chalices. The knights lit their torches and stared in profound silence, their breaths visibly clouding into frosty plumes in the frigid air. A profound question arose, unspoken yet palpable. Had others, perhaps from their own distant western lands, come this way before them? Could it be that the sacred secret of their venerable order was not exclusively confined to the West, but possessed deep, ancient roots that reached even into these remote, towering heights? A young knight, his steadfast faith already profoundly shaken by the multitude of riddles and paradoxes they had encountered, whispered aloud, his voice barely audible above the howling wind, "What if the Grail is not ours at all? What if, in truth, it belongs to the entire world?" His unsettling words lingered in the cavernous space like wisps of smoke, stirring a deep disquiet among the other knights. The heavy silence that followed his pronouncement was far more oppressive than the immense weight of the stone mountain pressing down above their heads. Beyond the formidable mountain passes, the valiant knights ascended to a high plateau, a realm where the celestial dome itself appeared so proximate as to be almost within reach. Here, amidst the rarefied air and vast expanse, they chanced upon a serene congregation of llamas, seated in concentric circles beneath the boundless sky. Their melodious chants, accompanied by the resonant thrum of drums and the deep, sonorous calls of horns, reverberated with an ethereal quality across the stark landscape. The Templars, witnessing this profound spectacle, were overcome with a sense of profound awe, a dawning realization that these men pursued not the earthly spoils of conquest, nor the ephemeral allure of material wealth, but rather the sacred act of intertwining the very fabric of heaven and earth through the potent mediums of sound and supplication. One venerable lama, his countenance etched with the wisdom of countless years, yet radiating an intrinsic kindness, turned his gaze upon them and uttered words that resonated with the weight of ancient truths. "The hallowed cup you so diligently safeguard is but a mere reflection, an ephemeral image. The authentic vessel, the true receptacle, resides within the boundless chambers of the human heart. Guard that inviolable sanctuary, and no terrestrial empire, however vast or formidable, shall ever wrest it from your keeping." By the epoch of their descent from those majestic mountains, the Templars had undergone a profound and indelible metamorphosis. Their arduous journey had encompassed the relentless fury of blizzards, the profound solitude of desolate heights, and spiritual revelations that pierced the very core of their being with a sharpness more incisive than any tempered blade. The towering Himalayas, in their stoic grandeur, had served as a formidable crucible, testing not merely their physical endurance and martial prowess, but fundamentally challenging their preconceived notions and the very essence of their sacred quest. And yet, as they finally emerged from the colossal shadows cast by those formidable peaks, they found themselves burdened with a greater abundance of perplexing questions than definitive answers. Whispers, carried on the thin mountain air, spoke of realms concealed beyond the known world, of kingdoms deliberately omitted from the meticulously charted maps of Europe, where ancient, esoteric scrolls were said to chronicle the existence of treasures capable of altering the very trajectory of empires. The knights, propelled by an unseen force, pressed onward, their lungs still haunted by the ghost of the heights, rarefied atmosphere, their hearts disquieted by the unsettling premonition that perhaps the elusive Grail had, for all their fervent pursuit, always remained just beyond their grasp. The formidable mountains gradually receded into the distant haze, yet their monumental presence lingered in the Templars' collective consciousness, like a persistent dream, an ineffable sensation that they had traversed not merely a physical gateway of stone, but a pivotal threshold of destiny itself. Venturing beyond the jagged, frozen ramparts of the Himalayas, the Templars found themselves immersed in valleys unlike any they had ever encountered in their travels. Here, the very air, though still carrying a crisp, invigorating bite, was imbued with a remarkable softness, richly redolent with the earthy fragrance of ancient pine forests and a myriad of wild, aromatic herbs. Rivers, glittering like molten silver, gracefully meandered through vast, emerald-hued fields, their serpentine paths tracing intricate patterns across the verdant landscape. Scattered villages, nestled within this pristine environment, appeared utterly untouched by the incessant turmoil of European kings and the brutal fervor of the Crusades. The land itself seemed to murmur tales of profound isolation, of secluded kingdoms deliberately hidden from the grasping ambitions of Europe and the pervasive authority of the papacy, meticulously preserved in an unbroken silence while the rest of the known world was consumed by the raging infernos of faith-driven wars. The Templars had, of course, gleaned fragmented rumors of such mystical realms from the diverse array of merchants and intrepid travelers they had encountered along the legendary Silk Road. Kingdoms where the discerning boundary between verifiable history and enduring myth had become exquisitely blurred. Some of these accounts spoke reverently of Shambhala, a fabled city of pure light, said to be miraculously concealed within the very geological folds of the earth. Others tantalizingly hinted at the magnificent kingdom of Prester John, a sovereign whose illustrious Christian court was rumored to reside somewhere far to the east of the mythical Garden of Eden. Whether these captivating narratives were merely the ephemeral stuff of fantasy or held the profound weight of prophecy, the knights in their present state of bewilderment could not definitively ascertain. But now, as they stood upon the precipitous ridges, gazing out upon these uncharted lands, unblemished by any cartographic representation on their European maps, they felt an undeniable sensation, as though they had, by some miraculous happenstance, stepped directly into the very breath of legend itself, a living, unfolding epic. Their arduous path eventually guided them into the confines of a meticulously walled city, where the prevailing architectural style represented a fascinating synthesis of robust, defensive stone fortresses and exquisitely delicate wooden temples, their ornate eaves meticulously painted with vibrant depictions of mythical dragons and serene lotus blossoms. The local populace greeted the arriving knights with a palpable, yet guarded curiosity, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and fascination. The foreign armor of the Templars, gleaming with an unusual brilliance, cast strange, unfamiliar reflections under the soft, ambient glow of the lanterns, and their distinctive crosses, emblems of their Western faith, appeared simultaneously familiar and profoundly alien to the indigenous priests, who bestowed blessings upon them with intricate gestures that the knights, despite their extensive travels, could not comprehend. Within the magnificent great hall of this enigmatic city, the Templars were graciously granted an audience with the reigning monarch, a figure adorned not in the customary regalia of gold and precious jewels, but in resplendent silk robes, intricately embroidered with luminous constellations that seemed to mirror the celestial sphere. He listened with an unshakable composure and profound silence as the Templars meticulously recounted the saga of their ancient order, the harrowing tale of their persecution, and the all-consuming nature of their quest for a sacred relic reputedly endowed with divine power. When their narrative finally concluded, a faint, knowing smile graced his lips. "Saku, that which you so fervently seek has traversed a multitude of lands and countless ages," he declared, his voice possessing a profound tranquility, calm as the surface of an undisturbed lake. Yet those who attempt to clutch it with excessive fervor are, invariably, consumed and utterly destroyed by its immense power. He then issued a command to his attendant scribes, who promptly produced a collection of ancient scrolls and elaborate maps. These documents, inked in languages entirely indecipherable to the Western Knights, nevertheless seemed to delineate vast, intricate lines stretching across immense deserts, winding rivers, and boundless oceans, hinting at a journey of unimaginable scope. The erudite scholars of the king's court then proceeded to narrate the intricate history of a potent relic, once borne by men originating from the distant West, an epoch long preceding the era of the Templars themselves. They meticulously described a vessel, luminous with an inner radiance and seemingly impervious to destruction, which had mysteriously vanished into the heart of the mountains many centuries prior. Some accounts posited that it lay concealed within a secluded valley, vigilantly guarded by an order of reclusive monks. Others conjectured that it had been swallowed whole by the earth during a cataclysmic earthquake, subsumed entirely within the vast, hungry maw of the mountain itself. "Do not pursue the mere object," one venerable scholar sagely advised, his voice steeped in ancient wisdom, "for the object is naught but a fleeting shadow, an illusion. Instead, seek the profound truth it reflects, and in that enlightened pursuit, you shall assuredly discover the radiant light." As they prolonged their stay within the welcoming confines of the kingdom, the Templars began to discern peculiar manifestations of faith that, in their strange and unexpected ways, mirrored elements of their own deeply held beliefs. In one particularly ancient temple, they discovered intricate carvings depicting a figure serenely seated upon a lotus blossom, holding aloft a vessel from which an intense, fiery light seemed to emanate. Though distinctly different in its artistic form, this image resonated with an uncanny echo of the chalice that frequently haunted their most vivid visions. In another revered shrine, their eyes fell upon a captivating mural portraying a group of men traversing vast seas, their perilous journey guided by the unwavering beacon of a solitary star, an image eerily familiar to the knights, who recalled the ancient tales of the Magi from the sacred Gospels. A profound question began to stir within their collective consciousness. Could it be that across the vast expanse of centuries, transcending the myriad of languages and the rise and fall of countless empires. All these disparate narratives converged, pointing inexorably toward the same hidden, eternal flame of truth. One particular night, as the flickering glow of torches cast dancing shadows upon the palace walls, an enigmatic sage, unbidden and unexpected, appeared in their quarters. His eyes, though clouded with the veil of advanced age, held an extraordinary depth, and his voice, remarkably, possessed an undiminished strength and clarity. The Grail, in its true essence, is not confined by any earthly borders or geographical demarcations. He imparted to them, his words echoing with ancient wisdom. It serves as an immaculate mirror, meticulously reflecting back to each earnest seeker precisely what they are prepared, in their innermost being, to perceive. To some it manifests as a sacred chalice, to others it may appear as a profound scroll, a luminous jewel, or even a transcendent song. That which you so relentlessly pursue has, in fact, already found you. You simply have not yet learned to recognize its myriad faces. With this profound pronouncement, he then vanished as mysteriously as he had arrived, melting seamlessly into the enveloping shadows, leaving behind only the faint, lingering fragrance of sandalwood to mark his ephemeral presence. The knights grappled intensely with the profound implications of his enigmatic words. Could the sacred relic they had so fiercely guarded, with such unwavering devotion, truly be something far more ethereal and expansive than a mere physical object? Could it, in fact, embody a universal truth, a fundamental reality that manifested in countless forms, mirrored in every culture, every language, and every spiritual tradition across the globe? Such unsettling thoughts deeply disquieted them, challenging the very foundations of their ingrained beliefs and their understanding of their quest. Yet, despite their internal turmoil, they found it utterly impossible to ignore the pervasive echoes of this newfound wisdom that they encountered at every turn, resonating with an undeniable truth. When the appointed time for their departure finally arrived, the king's devoted men generously provided them with ample provisions and experienced guides, tasked with leading them further into the uncharted territories of the East. Before their final farewell, the king himself presented them with a poignant parting gift, a meticulously carved fragment of jade, fashioned into the elegant shape of a chalice. "Carry this token," he instructed, his voice imbued with solemnity, "not as an object of material treasure, but as a perpetual reminder. For all earthly vessels, no matter how exquisitely crafted or divinely imbued, are destined to break and crumble. Only that which they hold, the intangible essence and truth, truly endures." The Templars, profoundly humbled by his wisdom and generosity, bowed low, experiencing a depth of reverence and humility they had never known, even amidst the fierce battlefields of distant Europe. As they journeyed onward, venturing into yet more enigmatic and uncharted lands, the hidden kingdoms they had just departed began to recede behind them, fading from their immediate perception like a vivid dream dissolving with the first light of dawn. Yet the profound memory of those realms lingered, a persistent echo in their minds, a memory imbued with a wisdom far more ancient and encompassing than any papal decree, a recollection of kingdoms that had consciously chosen the path of tranquil silence over the clamor of conquest, and of universal truths too vast and multifaceted to ever be exclusively owned by any single order or established church. What lay ahead remained shrouded in an impenetrable veil of uncertainty, The towering mountains had rigorously tested their physical endurance and unwavering resolve. The enigmatic kingdoms had, in turn, profoundly tested their intellectual understanding and spiritual adaptability. Now, as they meticulously followed the winding course of the river that snaked its way toward the perpetually rising sun, the knights felt the symbolic weight of their sacred quest grow perceptibly heavier. For the further they ventured into these mystical lands, the more deeply they realized a profound truth. The Grail was not merely an object to be meticulously sought out and eventually found. It was, rather, something to be deeply understood, assimilated into their very being, and perhaps, ultimately, something to be gracefully surrendered. The path, once wide and accommodating, gradually constricted as the Templars pressed ever deeper into the heart of the East, where the colossal mountains rose majestically, resembling ancient Stoic guardians, their formidable peaks often lost amidst swirling veils of snow and dense cloud. Each laborious step forward demanded an unreserved act of surrender, of their very breath, their diminishing physical strength, and their once unshakable certainty. Their weary horses faltered frequently, their supplies dwindled precariously, yet the knights, driven by an unseen force, pressed on, guided less by the precise lines of their European maps than by ephemeral whispers, vivid dreams, and fragmented prophecies meticulously gathered along their arduous journey. The elusive relic, whether it manifested as a tangible object or an abstract truth, seemed perpetually just beyond their grasp, drawing them relentlessly higher into ethereal realms where the very air thinned to a whisper, and the familiar world below gradually disappeared from view. At the advent of night, they established their camps beneath a canopy of stars that blazed with an icy intensity, resembling countless frigid torches suspended in the inky blackness. The constellations, though vaguely familiar, appeared subtly shifted, as if they had, by some cosmic displacement, crossed into an entirely different celestial sphere. Some nights, in their profound exhaustion and heightened spiritual state, swore they discerned distinct shapes, chalices, swords, and doves, intricately etched among the heavenly bodies, celestial signs that seemed to directly mirror their own intense inner struggle and spiritual turmoil. Was it a genuine revelation, a divine unveiling, or merely the cruel trickery of extreme exhaustion conjuring vivid visions from the biting cold? None among them could definitively say, yet the mesmerizing sight, whatever its origin, inexorably propelled them onward. Their journey led them past the haunting remnants of ruined monasteries, their ancient stones half buried beneath the destructive force of avalanches, silent testaments to a time when devoted monks had once chanted fervent prayers to ward off the malevolent demons of ice and storm. In one such desolate ruin, amidst the crumbling architecture, they discovered a mural, remarkably still intact, depicting a circle of figures reverently gathered around a glowing vessel. This vessel was neither a conventional cup nor a precious jewel, but rather a perfect sphere of luminous light, painted with brush strokes that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, even through the accumulated frost of centuries. The Templars lingered before it, a profound sense of humility washing over them. For the very first time, some among them began to ponder whether their long and arduous pilgrimage had, in its deepest essence, always been destined to lead them to this very spot, not for the purpose of claiming possession of a tangible relic, but rather to be fundamentally transformed by the profound idea and spiritual essence that it represented. Days later, as they painstakingly ascended a perilous, narrow pass, a ferocious storm descended upon them without the slightest warning. Snow fell with such relentless intensity and density that the entire world vanished into an overwhelming, blinding whiteness. The knights, in a desperate act of survival, tethered themselves together with sturdy ropes, pressing forward blindly, relying solely on touch and instinct. In the midst of the howling, deafening wind, one knight swore he distinctly heard voices chanting in an ancient language, a tongue far older than even Latin. Another claimed to perceive ethereal figures walking alongside them, cloaked in an otherworldly light, their faces mysteriously veiled. Were these spectral beings saints, revered ancestors, or merely terrifying illusions conjured by the insidious grip of frostbite? Yet miraculously, the rope held fast, a lifeline in the tempest. One agonizing step at a time, they ascended through the relentless storm until, as abruptly and unexpectedly as it had begun, the dense canopy of clouds suddenly broke apart, revealing a breathtaking vista. Before them stretched a magnificent plateau, miraculously untouched by the recent snowfall, bathed in an inexplicable soft golden glow, despite the fact that the overarching sky remained shrouded in darkness. In the precise center of this luminous expanse, a solitary, awe-inspiring structure rose majestically, a fascinating architectural hybrid, half ancient temple, half formidable fortress. Its imposing walls were intricately carved with a multitude of symbols, representing a harmonious fusion of both Eastern and Western spiritual traditions. Crosses intertwined elegantly with delicate lotus petals, while celestial stars mingled gracefully with fierce, mythical dragons. It was as if all the diverse faiths of humanity had somehow conspired across the vast tapestry of history to inscribe their indelible mark upon these hallowed ancient stones, creating a singular monument to universal truth. The hallowed interior of the ancient edifice was enveloped in a profound quietude. The Order's venerable knights, their footsteps hushed, traversed a labyrinth of chambers, their path illuminated solely by slender fissures in the aged stone, through which brilliant shafts of sunlight descended, puncturing the gloom like incandescent javelins. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum, their quest did not yield the anticipated sacred chalice, nor any glittering jewel, nor indeed any potent relic of immense power. Rather, resting unassumingly upon a modest altar, they discovered a mirror, its reflective plane rendered hazy by the relentless march of centuries, encased within a sturdy iron frame. Yet remarkably, it faithfully mirrored the visages of the approaching warriors. As their gazes penetrated its depths, the reflection presented was not their own visages, but rather a vivid panorama of collective memories, the solemn vows they had pledged within the consecrated chapels of France, the merciless infernos that had tragically consumed their brethren, the mighty fleets that had inexplicably dissolved into the vast expanse of the sea. They bore witness to sprawling battlefields desolate with discarded armor, to untold riches secreted away within ancient catacombs, to monarchs subtly uttering treacherous whispers, and to pontiffs authoritatively sealing their solemn decrees. And then, transcending these historical tableaux, a luminous emanation became visible, an unconstrained, amorphous radiance, traversing the epochs like an ethereal filament, intricately weaving all diverse faiths and all sovereign kingdoms into a single, magnificent, yet unseen tapestry. Overwhelmed by the revelation, one knight immediately collapsed to his knees, his body racked with unconcealed tremors. Another, unable to suppress his profound emotion, openly wept, tears streaming freely down his weathered face. A third, finding the stark reality too potent to bear, averted his gaze, recoiling from the unvarnished truths the mirror relentlessly displayed. For within its enigmatic depths, each man confronted not merely the sweeping saga of the Templars, but also the raw, unadorned essence of his own individual soul, utterly exposed. Outside, the tempest, which had perhaps momentarily abated, resumed its furious onslaught, the fierce winds and driving rain violently assailing the very foundations of the ancient temple. Yet the remarkable mirror endured, its surface utterly unmarred. Deliberately and with a newfound reverence, the knights began, one after another, to deposit their martial implements upon the unadorned altar. The metallic clang of swords reverberated softly against the cold stone, while their sturdy shields were gently propped against the ancient wall. In the profound presence of this newly acquired comprehension, the very iron of their armaments felt suddenly devoid of meaning, and their once sacred vows seemed utterly diminished, too confined for the vastness of the revelation. No audible voice broke the stillness, nor did any celestial hand manifest itself. Yet, amidst that deep quietude, the knights intuitively grasped that their arduous pilgrimage had, at last, attained its zenith. The elusive Grail was revealed not as a tangible artifact to be fiercely protected, clandestinely purloined, or meticulously concealed. Instead, it was an immutable truth, intrinsically carried within the human spirit, patiently awaiting its awakening in any geographical domain, articulated in any linguistic expression, and embraced by any receptive heart. With the gentle return of dawn's first light, they departed the temple, maintaining a profound and collective silence. Behind them, the ancient structure appeared to recede, merging seamlessly with the formidable mountain itself, as if its existence had been but a transient illusion, never truly present. Before them unfolded a vast and novel horizon, beckoning towards territories yet unglimpsed, along routes entirely unmapped. Curiously, not a single inquiry was uttered regarding their subsequent destination. The arduous spiritual ascent had reached its definitive conclusion. All that now awaited them was the inexorable descent into the annals of history, a passage into the realm of enduring legend. Far beneath their elevated vantage point, the mundane world persisted in its ceaseless contentions over temporal power, ephemeral gold, and the trappings of royal crowns. Yet, high amidst the majestic peaks, the Templars had forged an indelible connection with something truly eternal. And although no European chronicler would ever commit this ultimate spiritual ascent to parchment, its resonant echo permeated the ages, manifesting in hushed whispers, in enigmatic symbols, and in narratives that subtly permeated every human culture, every foundational myth, until their origins became utterly untraceable. The knights pressed onward, transformed not into mere seekers of sacred artifacts, but into the vigilant guardians of a profound silence. The relentless march of years unfolded with the grace of gossamer veils slowly drifting across a concealed countenance, and concurrently, the tangible memory of the Templars' presence in Asia gradually transmuted into mere conjecture and whispered rumor. In Europe, powerful monarchs officially denounced them as egregious heretics, and formidable papal bulls unequivocally condemned their very name to oblivion, reducing it to dust. Nevertheless, throughout the vast expanse of the East, subtle vestiges of their enigmatic passage persisted. Merchants traversing arid desert caravans spoke of formidable armored men who journeyed without discernible banners. Ascetic monks in remote monasteries softly murmured tales of pale-skinned warriors who reverently knelt before altars not traditionally associated with their own faith. Seafaring mariners circulated accounts of knights who inexplicably disappeared into remote islands, territories so obscure that no navigational chart would ever presume to delineate them. That which had initially commenced as a formidable military order ultimately transformed, within these circulating narratives, into something far more enigmatic and profound. A brotherhood of seekers who bore no national flag, pledged no overt allegiance, and carried only the profound weight of an unspoken silence. Their sacred relics, if indeed any had managed to endure the ravages of time, were never openly exhibited. Their intricate codes of conduct, if still verbally communicated, had subtly transmuted into nuanced gestures, or into cryptic symbols meticulously carved upon ancient stone. Their fervent prayers, once uttered with conviction, were now left tantalizingly incomplete within the decaying confines of long-forgotten chapels. For the overwhelming majority, their existence had simply ceased. Yet, for the discerning few who assiduously scrutinized the intricate currents of historical progression with the same meticulous attention one dedicates to mapping celestial constellations, the Templars were, in truth, never truly absent. They had evolved into an ethereal shadow, a guiding influence operating subtly from beyond the immediate veil of perception, subtly directing events without leaving any discernible imprint, diligently preserving profound truths without ever asserting ownership or claiming credit. Among the most persistent and resonant of these hushed murmurs was a profound prophecy, a cryptic fragment purportedly uttered by a dying knight beneath the luminous arc of a crescent moon. It foretold of an epoch when the disparate realms of East and West would once more teeter precariously on the precipice of utter collapse, when formidable empires would begin to fracture under the immense burden of their own self-imposed crowns, and when humanity would embark upon a quest not for fleeting gold or ephemeral glory, but for the very essence of meaning itself. On that momentous night, the ancient prophecy solemnly declared, the Grail would manifest, not in the form of a ceremonial chalice, nor as a tangible relic, but as an expansive truth, far too immense for any earthly throne to ever truly possess. It would reveal itself wherever a profound silence reigned, wherever earnest seekers convened, unburdened by the constraints of rigid creed or the authority of any crown. And thus the centuries inexorably revolved, witnessing profound shifts in the global landscape. Fierce crusades gradually yielded to the establishment of nascent kingdoms, which in turn evolved into distinct nations and ultimately expanded into sprawling empires. Throughout these tumultuous eras, invaluable libraries were consumed by fire, majestic temples crumbled into ruin, and yet, across the vast expanse of the continents, intriguing fragments of an enduring legacy persisted. A solitary star, meticulously etched into the ancient wall of a monastery nestled high in Tibet, a venerable sword, secreted away within the labyrinthine catacombs beneath Paris, its formidable blade adorned with intricate Eastern calligraphy. A faded ship's log from Portugal, meticulously detailing a clandestine brotherhood of mariners who had pledged their solemn vows to an enigmatic cause that remained perpetually unexplained. Individually, these occurrences were routinely dismissed as mere coincidences. Yet, when viewed collectively, they coalesced into a narrative tapestry far too intricate and compelling to be plausibly denied. The dominant ecclesiastical authorities meticulously compiled their official histories. Powerful monarchs erected their grand, enduring monuments. Yet, in every profound silence that lay subtly between those recorded lines, the Templars patiently awaited their moment. It is conceivable that they never truly abandoned their sanctuary within the mountains. Perhaps they traversed unseen into the bustling heart of villages. It is even plausible that they embarked on voyages across vast oceans, subtly sowing the seeds of their profound prophecy in virgin soils. The definitive truth of their subsequent movements remains beyond the grasp of any historical chronicler. What remains unequivocally established is solely this: in every clandestine gathering place of earnest seekers, wherever esoteric or forbidden knowledge has been vigilantly safeguarded at immense personal sacrifice, a mysterious shadow has consistently manifested itself at the very threshold. Some speculate that this spectral presence is indeed the lingering shadow of a solitary night. Others posit that it is merely the resonant echo of a profound truth, deemed far too perilous to be openly articulated or explicitly named. And as this narrative unfurls towards its conclusion this very evening, the fundamental question persists. Did the legendary Templars indeed recede into the vastness of Asia, bearing their profound secrets to realms utterly beyond the grasp of the Western world? Or did they, perhaps, bequeath a potent prophecy that continues to patiently await the receptive ears of those who genuinely listen? Perchance the elusive answer resides not amidst crumbling ruins, nor within tangible relics, but rather in the serene silence that punctuates our breaths, in the profound stillness that gracefully descends when the clamor and cacophony of the world gradually recede. For in that sacred silence, an ancient, venerable essence continues to softly whisper. It is a whisper that even the most powerful monarchs could not suppress, that pontiffs could not expunge from memory, and that the inexorable passage of time itself could not consign to oblivion. A whisper that gently reminds us that certain truths are not destined to be possessed or owned, but merely to be reverently carried within the human spirit. And thus, the profound prophecy endures, akin to a solitary candle left alight within a long-forgotten chapel, its luminous flame unseen by many, yet resolutely unextinguished, patiently anticipating the moment when its illumination will be required anew. Consequently, the intricate saga of the Templars' sojourn in Asia gradually recedes into an enveloping stillness. Their venerable ships have, eons ago, found their final resting places beneath the inscrutable depths of dark waters. Their once impregnable fortresses have long since disintegrated into mere dust. Their distinguished names have been systematically expunged from official parchments and royal decrees. Nevertheless, the subtle echo of their passage still resonates. Not amidst the boisterous clamor of ancient battles or the resonant clash of competing crowns, but rather in the tranquil sanctuaries, the majestic mountains, the desolate deserts, the profound silence that exists between disparate worlds. As one gently closes their eyes, permit the rhythmic cadence of their epic journey to gradually settle into a profound state of calm. Envision the pristine snow descending softly and silently over the solemn remnants of ruined chapels. The ethereal wind carrying the faint fragments of prayers long since forgotten. The celestial stars gracefully wheeling in silent procession above the very lands where these valiant knights once trod. Inhale deeply, and with each deliberate exhalation, allow the profound weight of their enduring mysteries to gently recede and drift further away, until only an abiding peace graciously remains. For ultimately, the most profound secret harbored by the Templars was not any material treasure, nor any sacred relic, nor even a cryptic prophecy, but rather the timeless admonition that all arduous journeys invariably culminate in a state of profound silence. And it is precisely within this silence that we ultimately discover